Utah mom of three, book author who is accused of poisoning her husband with fentanyl. Alrighty, so we're in day 7 right now, but just a little quick recap of day 6. By the way, if you guys are not caught up with this trial, I do have the first week recap. We have two separate videos for that. So I know you guys don't have time to watch these long streams. These trial days are really, really long. So feel free to watch the recap so you guys can catch up, or if you felt like you might have missed something. Hopefully I was able to cover it. But yesterday we had quite a day for day 6. We got to listen from the chief medical examiner who explains why they might want to put in manner of death as unknown. They don't know how the fentanyl got into Eric's system because they are just looking at Eric's body. There's no way to really tell if he, ingested it, if he, sorry, he did ingest it, but they don't know if it's like an accident, if it's a suicide or if it's a homicide. Purely just looking at the facts and observing his body and all that and looking at the blood, all the samples. They don't know how the fentanyl got there. Then we got to see an interview with Robert Crozier, which I think was very enlightening for the state. Quite honestly, because the day before that, when Robert Crozier was testifying, he was called upon by the state. He didn't really make a great witness for the state. He was kind of he went back on what he initially told law enforcement about selling blues, fentanyls to Carmen. And so I think for them to show the interview to see, do they really think that he was out of it like he said he was? He said it was detoxing, it was 3 weeks, he was on a lot of drugs. He doesn't remember that interview. That's what he kept saying. So the judge did allow them to play the interview that he did about from 2023. That's about 13 minutes long. Sorry, 13 minutes long. So there was that. Then we got to hear from one of Eric's friend slash business partner's wife, where she talks about how, there was a vacation that she went on and Kouri had confided in her that things weren't really super great in their marriage and that she felt super trapped. There's a prenup agreement that kind of put Kouri in a bad situation if she were to divorce Eric. So this gives the jury knowledge that, Kouri might have a financial gain of getting rid of Eric because of this prenup thing. Then we did hear about Eric having an affair of some sort, although there wasn't that too much details. We'll wait for the defense to present their case in chief. But apparently there's a coworker that was causing trouble. So we don't know if it was was he really close to her and Kouri didn't like that? Or was he having an emotional affair? Was it a physical affair? Was it both? Then there was, a motion to dismiss one of the jurors. One of the jurors recognized one of the witnesses that testified early in the day. So I don't know if they're going to be addressing that this morning. We'll see. Then there was a mistrial argument made by the defense. When Chelsea Gibson, the crime scene tech, when she testified, she mentioned jailhouse calls. And so the defense was like, well, we're moving for a mistrial because Kouri Richins, she gets a presumption of innocence, and this makes her look really bad. However, the judge did rule that he's going to deny the mistrial. He does acknowledge the comment was, it was improper, but, he thinks that out of the 5 weeks of trial that we are going to have, it's going to seem very innocuous, and it is a homicide case, It probably isn't a surprise to the jurors that she might have been incarcerated or in custody at some point. Then we got into the digital forensic stuff, which, oh my gosh, they looked through Kouri's 3 cell phones. They looked through the housekeeper's cell phone, the drug dealer's cell phone, the paramour slash the guy that she was in an affair with cell phone. And this is where they were able to link up when Kouri would reach out to Carmen and Carmen would reach out to the drug dealer, and how there was text between Kouri and Carmen as Carmen and the drug dealer were physically location wise getting close to each other. So it seems like there were 3 drug deals that that happened. And then they got to go through Kouri's phone on the night that Eric died. They got to go through Eric's phone on the night that he died to try to figure out, okay, when did he put his phone down and when did he stop interacting with his phone? Then it was when Kouri discovered Eric's body, her walking around the house. But I think the defense's story that they're going to push right now is, well, Kouri was walking around so much because she was taking the dog out to go potty. Based on what the defense team asked the witness, I was like, okay, well, I think that's where we're probably going to go with that. However, if you look at the body cam, and we don't have police interview, but we'll probably get it later on. But in the body cam, Kouri never mentions taking the dog out to go potty. So that would be very interesting to see if we are going to believe that or not. So that's just a general overall review of recap of what went down in day 6. I will have a more comprehensive recap when we do a recap video, but let's jump over to day number 7. And the state did say that we might have this witness testifying in the stand all day, every day. That was just all day for today. So we do have Brooke Harrington, and she is very familiar because she did testify in the pretrial. I did get to hear a little bit of her testimony then. She is a forensic accountant, and it's going to be very interesting. We're going to get into Kouri Richins' finances and to see what kind of a disaster it was. Remember, in the state's opening statement, they did say that she had over, like 200 overdraft fees, like totaling like $300,000 or something. Like it didn't sound very good. And the teenage, early 20-year-old me, that just gave me PTSD. Like, guys, remember, you're working, you're getting these like dinky little paychecks, and then you accidentally fuck up, and then you get the overdraft fee, and it's like, it just feels like life is just over because overdraft fee just feels like a lot of fucking money, and just get PTSD from that. All right. Hey, Joe, how are you doing today? Glasses here. Lady, what's up? AG, bright and early. Court, Marie, Seffi, hello, Taxi, and Tracy. Oh, man. What are they going to do the walk the dog letter? They're probably going to go in a little bit in order and wait until we get to that timeline. I think right now we're just going through like all the motive stuff. And then they'll probably get more into like the consciousness of guilt. Although we do have some consciousness of guilt sprinkled in there because it's all mixed in, especially with the her reaching out. Oh, and there was also a phone call where she reached out to the medical examiner, and she was really curious about the toxicology report. But was she an inquiring, grieving widow, or was she just trying to figure out why they're doing a toxicology report? And was she a little bit worried? And was she planning on shifting her story depending on what new information they find from Eric's results? So, alrighty, guys, let's get into this. Day number 7. I might have to pop out a little bit early today at the end, but we will see. We will see. See how this goes. All right. You guys hear me? Are we good? Am I missing anything? Wow, it's really bright back there. All right. Kouri is coming on in here. Dun, 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 dun. And again, guys, if you guys are not caught up with the trial, we do have recap videos. Feel free to check it out. We already did week 1. Right. It's a manuscript for a book.
Defense are present. Ms. Richins is present as well. I have a couple of administrative issues to ask about. Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant, Brooke Harrington. My sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day. But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is 3 witnesses related to insurance coverage that are lined up.
Okay,
Ooh,
very good.
all the financial
With respect to Ms.
stuff.
Carrington, we'll need to have a plan for a 404B instruction or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way, Ms. Nestor. Have you given any thought about that?
Well, I have, and my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that we agree are appropriate for this trial, and there's a
All right, and just to refresh in your memory, I got to pull it up here. 404B, character evidence, other crimes, wrongs, or acts. Did I say rocks? Let me pull up the one that's specific to Utah. So I think it's like character evidence, propensity evidence. 404B. Crimes, wrongs, or other acts. Prohibited uses, permitted uses. Prohibited uses. Evidence of crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in conformity with that character. But let's look at B2. Permitted uses. These evidence may be admissible for other purpose, such as proving motive, which is, I think that's what it's being used for here. Opportunity, intent, preparation, probably a little bit of that. Plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. So they are going to go through all the financial shitstorm of Kouri Richins because they're trying to prove the motive that she killed Eric Richins because she wanted the money.
whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think belong in this trial. So my thought, what I was planning to do, is when she got into an area that we believe falls under our original motion in limine, and I would just stand up and say, we object to 401, 403, 404B, and just make the record right then, no speaking objection, and then you can just rule, and I've made a contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments. I mean,
Do you have? I feel like we veered into defendant preserving her record for appeal, and that's a different than my question. But we can start there and then go back to my question.
Well, I mean,
the
my whole-
403 issue, put that aside. I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Carrington's testimony would get to the point where defendant would want to make a 403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And you won't know that until you see it come in. So put that aside. I've already ruled on the unfair prejudice piece. I've already ruled on the 404B issue. I need to give the jury a contemporaneous instruction, though, rather than do it every 15, 20 minutes.
So what he was mentioning 403, if the evidence becomes too cumulative and too redundant, then he's going to just start axing some of the testimony.
I thought it might be better just to do it up front at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Good morning.
well, my concern about that would be that it would, if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know which parts of her testimony that relates to.
Well, in the written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. We talked about this during the motions to eliminate hearing, that I think the 404B instruction will need to have some specificity about qualitatively this transaction or that transaction or this part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that the expanse of what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Well, maybe. I don't know.
She's going to talk about taxes. She's going to talk about business. She's going to talk about assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about
A lot.
Even not all of that is 404B information.
That's exactly my point,
Right.
which it makes it complicated. I mean, if you're recommending that we start with just an admonishment that some of her testimony will involve, I just don't know how you do it before we get to the topic. It's so broad. I don't know how you would even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit down and try to work with the court and the state and try to come up with a broad admonishment for the beginning. I just don't know it's going to have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
Well,
And there is a lot of what she's going to testify to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree with it, but I recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that. But I think she's going to go pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court, because as you ruled, I think wisely in the motion to eliminate hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a quick break and just talk about it. But I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in, but I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past what we're doing.
okay. Can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. Any other suggestions?
It would be too disruptive.
I mean, I'd say 4143444B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah, and just don't say the same three rules every time unless you mean it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this? The hope was to try and not unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do
please.
what I am suggesting.
Your Honor, I think it's possible. It's interesting. I don't know. I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of 404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to make that choice, though.
So when there was someone speaking objections, I remember what was the other trial that doesn't like speaking objections? So I think only for this portion. So it was like, okay, you can object, but you don't need to do like foundation, relevance.
So
What else is there?
it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll with it.
All right,
Let's
we'll
roll
take it.
with it.
We'll do it in real time. If we need to take a break and have a more fulsome conversation, we can do that. Okay. Very good.
All right, bring the jury in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nesser?
No, sir.
Okay. Take it, please.
Oh, your corgi's name is Barky. Barky. It's so cute. Not Pepto-Bismol pink. It's more like a salmon pink. Oh, but then again, Court TV does bump up their pink. I don't know. Let's see. It's more like a light pink here. Salmon pink, I think. All right, waiting for the jury to come in. Come on, jury, come on in.
Scheduling notes. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30. On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans,
Friday, no trial? Wait, really?
Okay, have a seat.
I didn't know there was going to be no trial Friday. Did I know that?
Folks, a quick scheduling note. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30. On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time. All right, we
Yay.
will proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Carrington.
Ms. Carrington, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
What witness number is this?
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Witness number. Okay, don't worry. I will slow it down. I just trying to speed through the unnecessaries. 20. Is she witness number 28, maybe? Witness number 27? 27, yes. Okay. Witness number 27. Dun, 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 dun. Witness. How is everyone doing today, by the way? We have Brooke Carrington, forensic accountant. Forensic accountant sounds such a fun job to do. Man, I would love to be like a PI, a forensic accountant. Detective would be too stressful for me. I don't know. Be too stressful.
Brooke Carrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
Oh, with a K.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
Ooh, girl.
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps. Further than that, I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial documentation that I look at.
More of a narrative?
Yes.
What, ma'am, is your education and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah, and I am the adjunct professor of the fraud examination and forensic accounting course at the University of Utah's business school.
Did you also have a hand in developing the curriculum for that course?
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had two hands.
Two hands.
Ma'am, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
Federal cases?
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified on behalf of both plaintiffs and plaintiffs and defendants?
That's correct, yes.
And both the state and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the first time I testified for real was probably in 1991 or two, something like that.
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistently, yes.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any restrictions whatsoever on the scope of your forensic examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Any restrictions at all?
No.
Did the state engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Is Summit County paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
So you know what that means? We're about to find out a lot of information, and it's going to be juicy.
prior
Going through people's financial stuff, like, oh man, kind of interesting. I mean, we went through Murdoch's financial stuff, not in like the detailed, like his bank accounts and all that stuff, but we went through like the financial fraud stuff, and it's like, oh my god, this shit is wild.
to the state
Stole
engaging
so much money. Good morning, hello.
you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes, I did.
What accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe two, with them to kind of get them up to speed. And then after that, I didn't have a role in the case. I recall maybe they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff. It's kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Yes.
After they paid you,
Yep, and you know what? Get that out of the way now, because when the defense does their cross-examination, they're going to be like, oh, well, Eric's Richins' estate paid you, the family hired you. How much did they pay you? So it's like, you know what? Get it out of the way now. I think it's good. Hey, Shiro.
do you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
Ma'am, what documents did you study to conduct your forensic analysis related to this case?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents, and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans on those properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had, the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses, Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPCs, for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the Big Midway house.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
I did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so I interviewed a number of people. Interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Malmrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the Big Midway House, the current owners of the Midway House, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for the Big Midway House.
Did
I feel like
you
I'm missing somebody, but
did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, can we approach for just a moment?
Yep, I can see why her testimony is going to be all day, every day.
For
Narrative.
examining someone's finances.
My process usually begins with the bank account statements, because though
Oh my gosh, The Accountant was actually a pretty good movie. I really liked it. It's not my typical, like, I don't like action movies, but I actually enjoyed it.
that tells a lot about a business or a person, and helps me understand the landscape of things and helps create a narrative, because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used. And you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life, and so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month, and what things look like over time, and that helps me understand. Then I get to know an account specifically, and I get to know what's typical in that account, and then therefore it helps me understand what is atypical, so what's not typical. And it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through how you apply your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank accounts?
That was my beginning point, yes.
Oh,
What
gosh.
bank accounts did she have?
She had her business account for Kouri Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the the bank account number by the last 4 digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time, I can't see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 5244. Her Navy Federal Credit Union account, there's just there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then I know
Dude, that's crazy. She's got this memorized. Okay, she's got the number memorized. Oh man, she was in the trenches with these bank accounts.
you asked me about Kouri's accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
Let's go back to Kouri Richins' accounts.
Okay.
You mentioned business accounts. To analyze her business accounts, did you first have to understand her business?
Yes, that's helpful.
Scott, can I get 4-4, please?
4-4, please, Scott. Thank you, Scott. We love you, Scott. We appreciate you.
Can you see 4-4? I'm sorry, I'm locked out here.
Yes, I can.
Requires a password, Your Honor.
No problem.
Oh, tech support.
Kouri Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah, and this was returned in response to a subpoena that the prosecution
Ooh.
sent to the state.
Ooh.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
You and J-Lo have that in common. Oh my gosh, yes, they didn't. They like started off the relation. They started up the relationship again, and then they broke up after a year, right, or something. Poor J-Lo, man. J-Lo she had so much hate in the past year. I
Your Honor,
like
can the court publish-
watching J-Lo movies.
Please. Okay, ma'am. What, beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is Kouri Richins Realty, LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
Page 2, Scott. What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, Kouri Richins Realty. Article 2 shows that it's in the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor, but mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling.
I hate flippers. Flippers in LA are so bad. I mean, I'm sure there's like some good flippers that are out there, but for the most part, like, oh my God, the flippers that come in and they flip these homes and they're like pieces of shit and they like sell them for so expensive. Oh God, I fucking hate it so much. So whenever I hear flippers, I'm like, oh God, oh, I hate it.
Modeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
If you could look down at Article 3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is, and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins Realty used any additional business addresses?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know that address?
Yes, it's a P.O. Box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Page 3, please, Scott. What does Article 4 tell us?
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott? Next page, please. What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins, removing Eric Richins.
So am I right then that the business was registered on April the 26th, and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later, the member was.
I'm sorry, Hurricane Remy just arrived. I don't know if you guys heard that. His cone is just like banging against the wall, the fucking light stand. I know they recently split, but I didn't know they got married. What?
Changed to Kouri Richins.
That's right.
Going forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically, and there have been no changes.
Thanks, Scott.
To you?
Ma'am,
You can't see him.
What
Too short.
in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
An alter ego is where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable. And that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds. Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very exhaustive pace. And then
Let me stop you there. We'll unpack this bit by bit.
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-106 Delta?
Man, you know Kouri hates the shit out of this woman, okay? She's exposing everything about Kouri. Oh, what are you doing over there? You're eating something? Don't eat that. Whew. Kouri was not the successful business person that she wanted people to think of her as.
Please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Can't see it. My apologies.
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the K. Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
State moves to admit 5-106 Delta.
No objection.
States 5-106 Delta is admitted.
Can the court publish it, please?
Done.
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account. And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Does this provide us, or does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct. So,
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000?
that's right.
That as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees?
That's correct.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yes. as I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change, I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find an understanding of it. So if you go down the number of transactions column, what I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking. And then in October through the end of March, this is a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank, or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column, that represents the amount. I just added up the transactions, the value of each transaction in each of those months. So like in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee, and that didn't happen. So 91,000 in each of those months.
So let me just pick an example. December. Does this show that in December she had 77 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000?
That's what that says, yes.
And that cost $2,000 in fees.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that upward trend began in October and continued through March.
That is correct.
Did you trace?
So, months leading up to Eric's death, it seems like there was a drastic increase to the overdraft. Remember, Eric died in March 2022.
These overdraft and non-sufficient fund transactions.
I did.
What did she use the money for?
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab vendors like contractors and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get 5-109 Delta, please?
What was she spending her money on?
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577, and the personal account 5244 in some instances, and then also that Navy Federal Credit Union checking account for Kouri Richins.
The state moves to admit 5-109 Delta.
No objection.
5-109D is admitted.
Please zoom on that. Yeah. That kind of left-hand block. Perfect. What, ma'am, does this depict?
They are pairs, and so on the left hand, these are the checks that Kouri Richins wrote from her Navy Federal Credit Union account to herself and deposited them into the America First Credit Union accounts, and they were returned unpaid. They bounced.
So does this show that Kouri Richins wrote approximately $60,000 in checks to herself beginning in August of 2021 through May of 2022 that bounced?
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of that had a balance that ranged between -$51 and $29?
That's right.
So taking the December 23rd
What did he say, 60 grand total?
to that bounced?
That's correct. They bounced.
So does this show that Kouri Richins wrote approximately $60,000 in checks to herself beginning in August of 2021 through May of 2022 that bounced?
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of
Damn, and she just kept going to the negatives.
December 23rd, 2021 line as an example. Does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check?
Oh, yeah, wait a second. Dude, and she bought a $4,000 romantic getaway with her paramour while being in like financial ruin. I'm actually really curious. I wonder what she spends her money on, like for personal reasons, besides cheating on her husband.
From her Navy Federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First Credit Union account at a time that she was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks, the one for $10,000 and then the next one for $4,000.
Got it. Then there was another $10,000 the next day, right?
That's right.
Thanks, Scott.
I don't understand people living above their means. I think she really thought that, like, hey, like I'm in the negatives right now, but let me just wait until this one flip. This one flip is going to make me a lot of money. And I think that's why when she got the Midway mansion, the giant ass property that she was planning on flipping, which is really fucking crazy and wild to me, that's a huge gamble right there. I think that it was possibly going to try to, cure all of her financial woes. That and murdering her husband.
Oh, that beginning in October, in analyzing the non-sufficient and overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions.
The gambler's mindset, yeah, dude. Like I used to watch my mom and her boyfriend just like just go into financial ruin. I mean, they still are, and it's so crazy how people just don't learn from their mistakes. Just continue just spending money that they don't have. My mom had like at some point, I don't know what happened. Like I don't know if the gambling addicts started first or if she was trying to gamble so she can pay her debt, which is like not very smart. But yeah, all this right here, this overdraft shit, like taking one account to pay another account, borrowing money from people and all that stuff. Like, oh, this is just like reminiscent of like what we grew up with.
That caused you to then drill down into the October through March bank statements?
I did, yes.
Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta? Echo. Foxtrot. Golf. Hotel. Ma'am, do you recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
When you haven't made so much money in your life, you have no idea how hard it is to earn it. Eric was breaking his back to bring in that kind of money. I mean, I will say this, though. I do admire her initial initiative of getting her master's degree, getting her real estate license, because, there are some women out there who just are like, I'm just going to just be I don't want to work. I'm just going to chill, which is completely fine. And then there's the other type of women who are like, well, I'm going to divorce Eric. I'm going to try to get as much money as I can. And then I'm going to find a rich husband to finance my life. And then like, they just like hop around. I don't know. There's this girl that I met that she got her green card from this poor guy who was like super, super nice. He was like driving her around. He was paying for everything. And then the moment she got her green card, she fucking dipped out, left him, and then jumped to another guy and then jumped to another guy. It's like super sad. So just going back, I do admire her initiative of, trying to make something for herself. But, was she a good business person? Obviously not, right? Obviously not. But I think if she had told her husband and just was upfront with him, maybe he would have been down to bail her out. Maybe.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22 that America First Credit Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibits 529D through H into evidence.
No objection.
5-29D through H are admitted.
Scott, can we bring up, please, 529D to publish?
Oh, I would. If what she did to her best friend was true, I would call her a fucking scammer all the way through.
Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
This is a bank account statement.
What I'd like to do is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others or did you analyze them?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, can you maybe grab, there's a hand mic up there.
That's okay. If you promise to stay tethered to the podium and turn your lav off, this will work.
I just turned it off, Your Honor.
There you go. Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Carrington, what I'd like you to do, please, is walk the jury through how you analyze this bank statement. Oh, we have a pointer.
And I don't really agree.
And please ask Scott to blow it up, highlight it.
Okay. This is where, Scott, would you please, let's start with the header. I don't know. Okay, so this is the header that shows. Scott, am I doing this right?
Yes.
Okay, this is the header. So this will show the owner of the account. This is Kouri Richins Realty LLC. This is that PO Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577. And then this section below is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking account. And it shows at the end of the month, these two accounts were in the negative $1,684.75. So this is that same month that we've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so what happens here is we have the posted date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through, and then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see in the body here under the description, some of them are very descriptive, and you can tell who the payee is. That's the entity who receives the money on this transaction. Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. Excuse me. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have.
Did you? Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please? So, oh, I'm sorry. Can we back up a little bit? Back to the first page, transactions. Sorry. Okay, so this part here, down here, these automatic withdrawals. Chemical Bank is the payment on a HELOC. It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those four I could see posting on October 1st. And then, Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang times 3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly, and this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom, please? Okay, stop. A little bit up, please. Okay, right there's good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these four names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are four payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100 a day plus the other ones that we've noted. And so,
Sure. Are you also, well, scroll down and if you could also, what if anything are you seeing about, I gotta be tethered. What if anything are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
so I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side. You can see at the top of where we're looking here, she gets down to about $2,600 in the account, and then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up, and then there's those daily payments that she has to pay, and then it gets
Yeah, that's crazy. They must be hard money lenders, people who, or the investors who let her borrow money at very high interest rates, because they're not like your traditional lenders.
she gets another bump of $18,900, and then down here at the bottom you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account, and so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not working. This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Does that trend of automatic withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes, it did. You can see, again, the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry. Okay, you can see the same payments here. Then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here. FundFi Merchant is a new one. Greengrass Capital is one that she's been paying for a while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So she's got all these others that are daily payments. FundFi and Greengrass Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are these loans. And so she's obligated herself on these the consistent for of $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the FundFi for $3,100 and the Greengrass for
Oh my goodness! Hold on. That's so much.
$5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that money just to stay current and avoid default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down, maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through so we can look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where you see here, like on, starting on about October 13th, these start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then you can see here that the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then can we scroll down, please? Then this just really caught my eye that something obviously was going on at this time. Here she's trying to pay for business expenses, for debt payments, a couple of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Can we go to the next page, please? Here she has a new.
Oh, Nate tweeted just now that Kouri's actually wearing ankle shackles. They're not visible to the jury, though. Someone was asking about if she was in restraints yesterday.
Deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial, on October 20th for $31,680. And then she used that money, as you can see. You just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt. And then you can also see here on the 20th, she's got CashNet USA, which is a new one. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her properties, and she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans, she has money coming in. But then I started to look at the velocity, how quickly, how long did that money last? And so if we keep scrolling down.
Money comes in and money probably went out real quickly.
You can see, and can we continue, please? Next page. She pays for some rehab expenses for painters and things like that. She's managing the business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties, but then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you can see here on October 27th, she's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment, so there's QFS Capital. This lender gives her the income in stages. And then you see down, Scott, can you highlight October 27th where QFS Capital, down, that one, please? The $1,689.75. And that's a payment that she needs to pay every day in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay. You can see down on the 28th, the very bottom line of this screen, on October 28th, you can see another payment right there for QFS Capital of $1,689.75. And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand where this money is coming from, who these lenders are, where the money is going to, and what's the end game.
Perfect. Let me take.
She Ponzi schemed herself.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, that was the October statement, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, in the fundamental nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar debt service throughout that time period?
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same adding new lenders consistently, and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
Do those other statements present the same low balance history?
Yes.
Does she deplete, whenever she receives funds into the account, does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
She was already saying that
So you
earlier.
just said that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to next analyze her debt. Is that right?
That's right.
Let's turn there, please. Scott, can I get 5-13 Delta? And I think there are 4 pages. If you could scroll through them, please. 5-113.
Of the bank account statement.
Did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
5113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on...
Oh, hello? Hello? Oh, gosh. Oops, someone's able to stream. Hold on. Oh, it must have like skipped or something. Hello?
blue line.
No, I think they had audio issues. Darn it.
And
Go ahead.
sorry.
Refresh,
The orange
refresh.
line along the bottom is the total debt paid. And then the blue line above is the total debt owed. And this is for, again, all the real estate, all the lines of credit, credit cards, and the payday loans.
Yikes.
Does this exhibit show that between January 21 and March of 22, her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it, August and February?
That's correct.
And that whole time, the amount she was paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021?
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please?
So she was incurring more debt, but even though she was getting more debt, it wasn't like she was making larger payments on those debts. The payments that she was making was basically staying the same.
And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loans, the lines of credit, the credit cards, the payday loans, and So I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
And she was also that month paid about $80,000 to service the debt.
That's right.
Which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. And for most of her real estate loans were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like a 6 month. She'd borrow here, and they did not require monthly payments. Most of them did not require monthly payments, and so that's why you'd see the same numbers there.
Scott, can we split that with page 4, please? Is this again then the graph of what's on the left-hand side?
That's right. So the same concept, just without the loans on the real estate.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Yes, it pretty much does, yeah.
Why?
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them. It looks to me like she's just exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. You know, we talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there.
Wait until they get into the taking the money from the husband. So the husband had like a seemingly successful business, making lots of money from it. He would allocate money every quarter to pay for his taxes, and I don't know why Kouri was in charge of doing that, even though she had no business in, like, she didn't work for the business at all. But you know, maybe he trusted her for some reason. Yeah, she would take the tax money and then pay it to herself or something.
There weren't a lot of new ones. So that's the explanation I believe is correct.
Thank you, Scott. Does understanding Kouri Richins' debt narrative begin with any particular loan?
Yes.
What loan?
When she started her business, the home equity line of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for a borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used. And it's based on whatever equity that someone has in their home.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I get 6-1, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from Clint and Katie Benson. This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
No objection.
6-1 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on kind of the top half. Ma'am, what information does this provide?
So the warranty deed is a transfer of ownership, and so shows that Clint and Katie Benson previously owned the property, and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the part of the legal description, and then finally there's the date of November 9th, 2012.
Now, remember, Eric's brother-in-law testified saying that they initially owned that home and then they sold it to Eric. And then a year after that, Eric married Kouri. So, and they kept referring to Eric's house.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up 5-4?
Your Honor, we would, at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
Would you approach, please?
All right. This is like the character evidence one. Wrongs, crimes, bad acts.
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that top third. Yep.
Yeah, I don't doubt that Kouri was probably very manipulative in her relationship with Eric.
Ma'am, what is this?
This is the HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
And who does it identify as the borrower?
Eric Richins.
And what does it identify as the credit limit on the loan?
$250,000.
Scott, if you can scroll down, please, to the first signature. Actually, maybe the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please? Ma'am, who does this show signed as the borrower?
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Richins as attorney in fact.
And she signed as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, please. 5-89, Delta. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-89, Delta.
No objection.
I hope this is embarrassing for her. Oh, I feel like it definitely is. It's being aired to the world. People in her community are gonna know about this, or maybe she's the type of people or the type of person who just has no shame. But I think she's probably has a lot of shame.
5-89D is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this depict?
So along the top are the months, every other month, but each bar represents a month, and the negative numbers indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So
Thank you, Karangol. Also, this is why she moved the sale of the house so quickly after Eric died. She had no choice. She purchased the home and it finalized the day after he died. Her plan was to flip it and make millions.
for example, on March 1st, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
And the bars go downward because this is a negative number. It's the amount owed?
That's right. And so I've got on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And
Yeah, the bigger the bar doesn't mean it's better. The bigger the bar, the more debt. The more negative the debt is.
And you can see that negative $250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative
Karangol's a vampire.
to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
What did you determine was the balance on the HELOC at the time of Eric Richins' death?
At the time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw. So what did your analysis show regarding payments?
With the exception of one, the payments were interest-only payments, so the minimum payment. And then you can see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a $50,000 payment made in October 2020. And so that's why the balance is different there. And then by the June and July of 2021, it was at its balance or exceeding.
So am I right then that but for the one $50,000 payment in October 2020, the only payments were minimum monthly interest payments?
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC?
So it's 3 years before Eric was murdered. Kouri was already doing some shady stuff with the finances. She took out this HELOC loan on Eric's house to fund her real estate business. Could she just not have asked him? Was he like... Because I felt like Eric still stayed with her when he found out about this HELOC thing, right? Does he like... I don't know. She's like the mother of the 3 children. You don't think that Eric would have like helped her out? She couldn't have asked? Or did she just want to do it secretly because she didn't want to make it seem like she needed his help and she wanted to be seen as independent?
Draws to see where the money went.
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri Richins' projects.
Let me back up half a step. When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payments?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from the K. Richins Realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business, and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC.
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every transaction available. I couldn't see any.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 5-6, please?
Sorry, Scott. Let me work on that. Disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again.
Yo, she's shaking her head. Let me slow it down.
Briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again.
She looks pretty frustrated.
Thank you, sir. And there you go, Mr. Blipper.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
Kouri, you didn't know what you were doing.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the original draw of $60,000, a copy of that, and this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Ooh.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
No objection.
5-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on the check. Ma'am, who's the check made out to?
It's payable to Eric Richins.
And do you know why?
Object to speculation.
You lay a little foundation.
Ms. Carrington, who was the home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
Did you trace where the $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 5-7?
Oh gosh, where did it go?
And at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
Would you folks approach for a second?
Statement from America First Credit Union.
Is admitted. There you go.
Oh, they
any
admitted it.
additional objection, Ms. Nestor?
None other than what I've already covered.
There you go.
Ms. Carrington, what are we looking at?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins. This is that personal checking account 5244 for April of 2019, which would have covered the March of 2019 transactions.
And did you trace that $60,000 draw that we just looked at into this account?
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes, I think it's the second.
Where did it land?
You can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
Did you then trace the funds from that account?
I did.
Where did the funds go?
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Scott, can I get 6-23D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
Objection.
This is what I've called the purchase timeline, and it depicts the purchase of the properties in these years by K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
Oh, look, it's like little Monopoly houses. All right, 2019, 200K, 2020, 2.2 million, 2021, 6.7 million, 2022, 2.9 million. That one house that she got, the Midway Mansion.
What trend information, if any, does this depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of, there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then finally the one large project in 2022. And then also the aggregate amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one for $215,000 in 2019, and then when you get to 21, it's $6.7 million for all of those projects.
What does your teaching and training tell you about, if anything, about rapid growth in a business?
I look at a lot of businesses, and it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have. Managing growth is really challenging, and managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean, you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year, that presents a challenge for anybody.
Did you analyze each of the purchases depicted here?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 6-24 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds. The trust deeds show or are reflected of the loan. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders, the settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses
We'll get
were.
there in a minute. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to admit it first.
Sorry.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-24 Delta.
No objection.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that in split screen 2 pages?
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yes, Your Honor, I got it planned out right after.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, to each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but to each of
Something tells me the judge likes to drink a healthy, tall glass of water throughout the day, because I think he's the one that likes to take these bathroom breaks, which, cool. Me too.
these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those
Yeah.
property transactions.
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column and the first property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses, depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So it's called, I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am, let me stop you. I mean, interrupt. I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, that what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column? The next section, the sales section?
That's so when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
Okay. And then the bottom, rehab expenses section. What is that and how did...
Let me see. I mean, let's see. Sale price $400,000. She paid $250K back, and she made $145K. But there's probably some other expenses that she had. Is it $98,000? He's gonna get to the expenses right now.
So the rehab expenses, as I said, that she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there. Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your
She
Honor. Can we
lied?
approach?
Yep.
Had a notation. K.
Tax account. Not use expense reporting to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that Kouri Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins' notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish the question, then I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell.
I just boosted the audio. Let me know if it's better. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. These are my old glasses. They're kind of wonky.
Go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that $400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart.
That's right.
But you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees, so yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company's trying to get to the final number. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Okay. Now let's talk about the net proceeds. The 100. Let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example. Okay.
Okay.
So she purchased that house for $215,000. Is that right?
That's right.
And she borrowed $221 initially on it.
Yes.
She had $7,000 in closing costs.
Yes.
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
That's right.
And is that why it is color-coded red on your chart?
Yes.
Okay, and then she rehabbed it,
That's correct.
and she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes.
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed funds. She had closing costs, perhaps none on this project. And at the end of the day, when she sold it, what amount of money hit her bank account?
$145,802,
And how do you know that?
because it hit her bank account.
And can you see it in her bank account statements?
Yes.
Now, we get down to the rehab expenses for the 550 house, that column. You were able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
There may be more out there, but you were only able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
So for this project, she made, it appears, based on your... So because it's gray, she made $47,000 or less on this house.
Yeah, and I think she probably made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more example, please, okay? Scott, can I get the Mill Creek example?
What did it say? 49,000?
Made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more example, please, okay?
Sorry.
$7,000 or... So because it's gray, she made $47,000 or less on this.
All right, 47,000.
$50,000.
Yes.
And that she borrowed 3 times right away, $721,115 and $41.
Yeah, so she bought this in March, so the borrowed funds of $721 is what she borrowed out of the gate, and then the $115 came a few months later.
Okay, and how about the $41?
And that was also a few months later.
So kind of equity at the time of purchase or within a few months of purchase, she was $228,000 in the hole on this house.
Yes,
She sold it for $1,115,000.
that's correct.
But she had closing costs, she had to repay what she bought on it, and she had $836,000 in costs unrelated to the rehab. Is that correct?
Right, that's just the loan, and you'll notice that the repayment of borrowed funds is the same amount as the borrowed funds above.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly why I did that, but that is interest should be on top of that. So that's a conservative amount. There should be interest payment or interest costs.
And why did you not include the interest costs?
I can't remember. I had a reason, and I can't remember.
But your reason at bottom was it was conservative to not include them?
It was she had to repay at least what she borrowed.
Okay.
So
But at the end of this transaction, when it closed, how much money hit her bank account?
$32,467.43.
And were you able to trace rehab expenses to this project?
Yes,
How much did you trace to this project?
$188,000.
But there could be more that you were unable to trace.
There could be more. Yeah.
There could be more out of that pot of $400,000.
This was a big project, and Yes.
Jesus. Like, yes, 32,000 profit is great, but considering how much money that you are risking essentially, it doesn't seem worth it. Not this one, at least. The Heber house was better a bit.
100,000.
This was a big project, and yes.
So at the end of the day, 32 minus the 188 left her losing $155,000 on this project?
At least that, yes.
Oh, she lost 155. Sorry, I didn't even see the bottom part. Hold on. Oh, because of the closing costs. Is that what really fucked her over? There's something at the bottom. I can't see that. Court TV. We have to switch back to Law and Crime. Court TV and your fat labels.
Project, and yes.
So at the end of the day, 32 minus the 188 left her losing $155,000 on this project?
At least that, yes.
Maybe more?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, Scott, let's back out of the whole shebang.
Could have been more
and
because
go
she was
to the
being
far
very
right
conservative, these numbers.
column.
Ooh.
Okay, let's look at the numbers kind of off the page. There's two outlying numbers. The first is what does that 2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've taken, that's a horizontal sum. So negative 2.1 million that she.
All right, so here's another house. Honestly, I wish they would just keep the exhibits though as they talk. I don't need to look at the witness's face for this one because I'm assuming that, she's telling the truth. You're looking at the numbers here.
She was in the hole as soon as she purchased the projects.
Then we go down to that negative 469,000. What does that number mean?
That means again, that's a horizontal sum across all properties. What I estimate her net loss was on all those properties. Yes, net loss on all those properties.
So she lost 469,000 based on this accounting.
Right, and that doesn't include the 400,000 in additional expenses. Actually, it's 460,000 for all of the projects. So add that together, and then it also there's no net loss that I've included in this number for the properties that were lost in foreclosure.
Okay.
Because they weren't sold.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost 469,000 plus another 460 that you were unable to directly trace to a project.
What? Why did she quit her job flipping? Why did she buy? Well, how much was the mansion again? Like 2.8 million? Oh my goodness. What was she thinking? Lost 460K on all projects, and these are only properties that were sold. Others were foreclosed. And then she lost, what? He said 400K in this one?
So just on properties that were sold, forgetting about properties that were foreclosed, she lost over $900,000.
That's correct.
Jeez.
Scott, can you go to the Barney column? Okay, I just want to show the Barney column. I think, Your Honor, this would be a good time to pause, and we can come back out.
So when we went into the pretrial stuff, I don't think we actually went through the nuances of how much money she was losing on these properties. I don't remember that. My sentiment was just that she was just borrowing money to repay back the debt, and then she was hoping to sell the houses to pay the debt back. But then she just kept borrowing more and more and more debt because she was expanding on projects. I didn't know that she actually was just like completely just sucking.
Come back and address the Barney house.
Holy shit.
0139
In after she had purchased it. They were trying kind of.
is a foreclosure,
All right.
correct?
Defense is going to make it an argument for something. I don't know what. Let's see.
00139. Forgive me, Ms. Nestor. The Barney house, among other things, went in foreclosure, correct?
After Ms. Richins was arrested, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the house in which there was a loan from a friend that was used for a purpose different than what was
Oh, this is when she took the money from the best friend. So sad.
represented. Is this that one?
Kind of. So originally, Kouri Richins Realty purchased the property. She ended up moving a friend in after she had purchased it. They were trying to arrange a purchase. The friend could not qualify for a loan, so they were trying to do a seller financing agreement where the friend would pay a chunk.
The friend couldn't qualify for the loan, so Kouri took advantage of that. And Kouri was like, hey, don't worry, I'm going to help you. I'm going to seller finance it. We'll get you a 30-year traditional mortgage. But then she ended up taking the friend's $45,000 down deposit and used it to pay her debt. And she was unable to get her friend the 30-year mortgage at the lower rate. And by the time that time passed, the interest rate went up. That's what I remember.
We're trying to do a seller financing agreement where the friend would pay a chunk to Kouri to make up, so Kouri could pay off the hard money lenders, and then Kouri would just keep the property. They would seller finance it over time. There was a dispute right before Ms. Richins was arrested. She was holding off switching the deed to the name of the friend because there's reasons why that was. It had to do with an insurance claim on the house that was pending. But there is debate about whether or not the delay in switching the deed to the friend's name was somehow dishonest or misleading to the friend or had been misled. That's up in the air. So if we're only looking at the Barney property for the purpose of this property profit analysis, I don't have a problem with that. If we're going to get into all of
the drama, the tea,
representations that were made about the property, whether or not there was I don't even think they're saying there was fraud, but whether there was dishonesty or any of that, then I want to have a 404B analysis. So I guess I'm just alerting everybody that this was one of the issues in my motion in limine. This was one of the issues the court said you probably have to hear foundation for at trial.
No, I ruled on this one specifically, but that's fine. We can raise it again.
Right. So I guess I'm just, as an abundance of caution before the jury comes back in, if we're going to get into all of that, I want to have a 404B analysis. If we're not, then I don't mind.
So essentially, like, just because she allegedly scammed her friend, doesn't mean that she also, is guilty of all the other crimes against Eric, like stealing money from him and all the financial stuff and maybe even murdering.
For purposes of just whether did she make a profit or loss on the property, that is irrelevant to me. I don't care about that.
Mr. Bloodworth, tell me where the state's headed.
Yeah, 2021 was like the real estate boom, especially, I mean, I don't know about Utah, but in LA, it was fucking wild here. People were waiving contingencies. People were like, bidding on top of each other. Like 2020 was wild. The interest rates was really low. So to hear Kouri Richins just like completely suck during this time. Yeesh.
With respect to the Barney property.
Your Honor, it is beyond that column of profit and loss analysis. It will go into the $45,000 down payment that Ms. Barney made on the property, tracing those funds to pay, I think it was a Fund 5 payday lender.
Put differently, to pay something other than the hard money loan on the property.
Correct.
Okay. And then it eventually went into foreclosure.
It did eventually go into foreclosure. We may get there. I don't know that we will get there.
Okay. Any other detail regarding the Barney property that you intend to elicit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Get the friend to testify.
So initially the Barney property was financed by a more traditional mortgage lender. In getting financing on the Barney property in June of 2021, Kouri Richins submitted a bank statement to the lender purportedly from AFCU showing a certain balance. Her bank statement from AFCU shows a different balance. C&E's bank statement from AFCU shows that first certain balance. And so it would be an exercise in admitting those three bank statements and moving on. I think that is consistent with the court's ruling. The other issue that may arise is there was an email from that hard money lender questioning Ms. Richins about her credit score in comparison to the available cash in the purported bank statement, and then in response, Kouri Richins provides an explanation of her credit score that is relevant because, the inquiry is relevant because the lender noticed a disconnect between her balance and her credit score. Kouri Richins' response is relevant because she had a very different response to a different lender in response to a similar question.
Okay, so Ms. Nestor, I think it would be appropriate to give the jury a 404B instruction to the following effect, and we can have a conversation about the details here, but something to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations to her lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case, This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining a non-character issue such as motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time.
Your Honor, could you please read that very first part where you said you're about to hear, what was that?
Evidence that defendant's representations to lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case.
Okay, it's not just lenders, though. It's also her statements to Ms. Barney, who was her
I don't know
tenant.
that we're going to get into evidence of that, are we?
So-
I can add that to the list, that's fine. But it wasn't clear to me that the back and forth between...
The lenders and others, because part of this
Fine.
isn't an email to her,
Okay.
to a banker. It's not, I mean, through her.
Lenders and others is not a problem.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I'm so a visual person. May I just look at it? What do you have in your hand?
It's CR 411. It is the standard Muji second 404.
No, just the very first part, the part that you wrote.
Representation.
Audio's a little bit funky again. Oh gosh.
because they show an
But I just want to make sure the record is very, very clear that my objection is to it coming in at all, that to inject wire fraud with respect to Ms. Barney, banking fraud, wire fraud with respect to the email that she sent, banking fraud with respect to altering bank statements,
A lot of accusations there.
all
And
into an
again, this is like the best friend.
aggravated murder case where she is not charged with any of these counts is significantly prejudicial. It is a significant attack on her character, offer to show action in conformity. It is irrelevant. It is 404B. And just to make sure I've made the record, 401, 403, 404B, as to all of that coming in, period.
Okay. As discussed on the record in multiple days of motion in limine hearing and in 2 written rulings by the court, both on defendants' motions in limine and the court's amended ruling regarding intrinsic evidence. Defendants' 404B objection to the admissibility and defendants' objection to the admissibility of this evidence under Rules 401, 401, 02, and 03 are overruled for the reasons discussed on the record previously and written about extensively by the court. The issue before the court today is the form of a 404B instruction to be given before the evidence comes in. I think we've arrived at that form, correct, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, any addition there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're ready for the jury. Convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other...
Yeah, so this is the, was it 404B that Miss Nestor kept raising. Essentially, like, if just because Kouri may have scammed some people, her friends, doesn't mean that she is guilty for the financial crimes in this case, and then she murdered her husband.
other time. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, it makes her look really fucking bad. Oh, Leap. Hey, I didn't even know you were here. What's up? How are you doing today? You broke a toe. Yeah, I saw. Well, 3 days ago, I slipped down 6 steps and kicked the shit out of the banister. Ah! Shut up. You broke 2 more on the same foot? Why are you so fucking clumsy? What is going on? Are you okay? Oh my God, that sounds painful as fuck, dude. My foot hurt just thinking about that.
Ma'am, when we left off,
Yeah, the reason why the state is bringing it up is because it all goes to motive.
we had highlighted the column labeled 299/Barney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What does 299/Barney refer to?
There's a house, the address starts with 299, and it's a house where Kouri Richins' best friend, Chelsea Barney, lived. So that's my abbreviation of that house.
Phew.
And did you analyze that purchase transaction?
I did.
Are you familiar with Iron Bridge Financial?
Yes.
What is Iron Bridge?
They are a hard money lender, and they are the lender that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Hard money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard, and the interest rates are higher than conventional loans, like from a bank or a credit union. Typically, they also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending, so there will be like a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something, and the terms are defined at a certain interest rate, and then upon default, it's an exponential growth. The default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often will double or other terms. Yeah,
And do fix and flip businesses often use hard money lenders?
they do.
All right, Court TV is having a little issues with the feed, but we can hear at least.
Did Kouri Richins apply to Ironbridge for a loan secured by the Barney home?
Yes.
Did you review materials in Ironbridge's loan file? Scott, can I get 5-57, please?
Oh no, I hope they fix it before they show
Ma'am,
the
do you
exhibit.
recognize this document?
I do.
Oh darn,
What is it?
it's frozen.
This is an America First Credit Union bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty. The account 6577, May of 2021, and this was directly from Ironbridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-
Admitted.
Scott, if you could kind of zoom in on the top portion. Yep.
Oh, it's coming back.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So, as I said, there's the header, Kouri Richins Realty, LLC. The account number is 6577, and the statement of May 2021. And then,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
sorry. And then in the summary section, you can see that there's 3 different accounts that are reported on this statement, and collectively at month end, the balance was $210,898.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
Scott, can I have 5-29 alpha?
I think the witness can see it.
Okay.
Can you see it?
I do now. Sorry. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins Realty from America First for the account number 6577 for May of 2021. And this was directly from the credit union pursuant to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 529A.
Same objections.
Oh, jeez. Okay, I am going to switch over to law and crime because I can't see the rest of the exhibits. I want to see the rest of the exhibits. So we are going to switch over to our other homie, law and crime. I think we are around here.
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
How's the audio?
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to 5-32B. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for C&D Stonemasonry, which is Eric Richins' account company, and this is the May of 2021 statement that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to admit 5-32B, Your Honor.
Same objection.
5-32B is admitted.
Company is C&E Stonemasonry LLC, which is Eric Richins and his business partner's company, and their account is 7664, and this is the account statement for May of 2021.
And what is the ending balance?
The ending balance of those 3 accounts is $210,898.61.
And you know Corey was jealous of that bank account balance.
Is it accurate then that the statement provided by the lender Ironbridge contained the header of Kouri Richins Realty and the account summary for C&E Stonemasonry?
That's right, and also the body of the transactions.
Uh-oh.
Scott, can I-
So this is where they get into, well, was Corey taking her husband's bank account statements and then putting her header on top of it in order to get these lenders to approve of her loans?
can I get Exhibit 2-6, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Ironbridge and Kouri Richins, and this was from Ironbridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-6 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's see. Do we need the top half? Can we focus just on Corey's? Mike, I'm sorry. Let me consider any of these statements.
Objection to the entire document.
Consider for any purpose to whatever extent you the any.
Scott, if you could scroll down
Going
to
through.
the
It's stuck again.
bottom and enlarge that, please.
Is it frozen everywhere? Yeah, because the feed comes from Court TV.
Yes.
All right, coming in.
And then Scott, if you can scroll up to Ms. Richins' reply, please.
Oh, yeah. Should I read these? Oh, gosh. Okay, so let's read them. Happy Friday, Corgi. Kouri. We just got the docs out. Looking forward to closing our first deal together. Just wanted to reach out. When I ran your credit, it was lower than I expected. 650. Yikes. Looks like there were some delinquencies with regard to a few credit cards. I was a bit surprised by that. I know you have a lot of dollar signs in your bank to cover expenses. If you wouldn't mind shedding a little light on this, would be appreciated. Thanks so much. Enjoy the long weekend. Corey writes back, hi, Richard. Hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. Yes, sure. Everything is paid off now. It just probably hasn't updated. I recently learned about all of this as well. LOL. And then my husband decides to explain to me that this was his doing a while ago. We're in the process of separation for one of many reasons, but this is one of them to keep it short and sweet. LOL. It's been crazy to say the least. I look forward to working with you guys on our first and hopefully many projects. Corey.
Thank you, Scott. Analyze whether all of Kouri Richins' credit card delinquencies were paid off in July of 2021.
I did.
Were they?
No.
Scott, can I get 5-21? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the promissory note between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge for the purchase of this house.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-21.
Same objections.
5-21 is admitted.
Scott, right, if you can zoom in, please, on that top portion.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
Well, starting with the top on the right is it's called a bait stamp number. That's something that's applied after the fact. So that tells me that this came from Iron Bridge. This is then the secured promissory note between K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge, and the loan amount, where it says principal amount, is $346,500 at a 10% interest rate. And it also tells me that this is a note that matures, means it's due on January 8th of 2022.
For context, ma'am, what at this time were traditional mortgage interest rates?
They were
six,
those
three?
historic lows, 2.5%,
2.5, 3.
3.5% for a 30-year mortgage.
And did this loan involve a balloon payment?
It did.
So am I right then that for the 6 months term of the loan, Kouri Richins did not owe any money?
This one, it was a
Who is stealing what from accounts? The wife may have been stealing money from the husband, but for the most current topic that we're on right now, the wife may have stolen her husband's bank account statements, pretended to be what's her account statements, and Photoshop her header onto his so she can get loans.
balloon, but this one did
Allegedly.
require monthly payments.
But then everything was due on January the 8th of 2022.
That's correct. So it was started in the summer, and she had the monthly payments on it, and then she had to either refinance or pay it off by January 8th of 2022.
Thank you, Scott. Did Kouri Richins endeavor to refinance?
Yes, she did.
And did she use Excel Financial Services to try to refinance that loan?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-60, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's the America First bank account statement for Kouri Darden Richins, her personal checking 5244 for July of 2021. And this is from Excel Financial and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state, Your Honor, moves 5-60 into evidence.
Hi, Lauren. How are you doing today? What's up, Bleep? In the YouTube chat
Scott, can
now?
you blow it up? Real quick, Ms. Carrington, we're going to go through this a few times, but real quick.
This is America First bank account statement for Kouri Darden Richins, her personal account 5244, July of 2021. And then the three accounts in the summary section shows that she had $694,730.15 at the month end.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
5-35A, please, Scott.
Uh-oh.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Darden Richins, her personal account 5244 in August of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-35A.
Same objections.
5-35A is admitted.
It's coming on in.
Scott, if you could enlarge it, please.
It's enlarged.
Oh, doubly enlarged. Ma'am, what does this present?
That this is Kouri Richins' account using that P.O. Box 759, the account number 5244, which is that personal checking account, August of 2021, and the total of the two accounts is $1,893.94.
So she tried to say that her bank account balance was $94,000, but Miss Expert here was like, I found her real bank account balance. It was actually 1.8.
At the end of the month.
Scott, can you bring up 5-32A,
Which is actually a lot for Kouri.
please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the American First Credit Union account for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664, January of 2021, that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Uh-oh.
Your Honor, the statement was 532A into evidence.
Same objections.
5-32A is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this present?
So this is from the credit union, C&D Stone Masonry's account 7664 in January of 2021, and there are three accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. I can barely see
Collectively
it.
from the credit union, C&D Stone Masonry's account 7664 in January of 2021, and there are three accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up Exhibit 2-7, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a document in response to the subpoena from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 2-7 into evidence.
Same objections, Your Honor.
From Excel Financial Services.
Admitted. One moment, please.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, was this information that came from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Scott, if you could enlarge the bio portion of... Thank you.
Let's read this. I have been doing real estate investing for 4 years, from fix and flip projects to buy and holds to investing in companies and wholesaling. I have done small projects as low as $2,500 for an auction home up to selling multi-million-dollar fix and flips projects. I have a master's degree in human resources, and which has become very valuable in running my company of 147 employees. What? Based out of Park City, Utah. I'm currently working on my general contractor's license that will be completed within the next month. I've been certified through Renatus Real Estate Investment Education. I also obtained a real estate license. In my last 5 deals alone, I have profited nearly $1 million. I'm very confident in my work, in my team, my projects that I invest in. I would love to work with new investors on upcoming projects to really maximize the ability of our real estate investing capabilities and reach our full potential. Oh my gosh. Who wrote this? It's like first year of college. To really maximize. She didn't have the benefit of ChatGPT back then, I guess.
Miss employees she had?
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent.
Yeah, I was like, she has 147 employees? But the payroll was what, 1,500, you said? Maybe like to pay for carbon and like people who like clean the house?
If she employed anyone, and if so, how many employees she had?
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent. So I don't know how many, but
It's probably her paying herself, maybe.
it's a very low number.
When you say her payroll expenses are, what did you say, 1,500?
Some of them are $1,500 or in the neighborhood of $2,000 or $2,500. They're not consistent.
Okay.
Wow.
And is it called 1,500 to 2,500 weekly?
How does she even come with a number 147 employees? Like usually you might be concerned, like, oh, I have like 6 employees. But 147? You're like a fucking corporation.
Biweekly, monthly?
No, they're occasional, they're periodic, and nothing that would rise to the level of paying, I don't think, paying over 100 people.
Would it rise to the level of paying over 3 people?
Depends on how much they're making.
Maybe the cleaners. Because everyone else she's like contracting.
In your analysis, did you find any evidence that Kouri Richins profited $1 million on any 5 of her deals combined?
No.
She said no. Yikes.
Thank you, Scott. Can we get, please, Exhibit 4-5?
Operating agreement subpoena.
All right, what are we looking at next?
Same objections.
Sure that. Scott, can you scroll down one page? 4 page. Cool.
I'll be the executioner.
Ones here, Ms. Nestor, anything, folks, I apologize. In an abundance of caution, please approach the bench for a moment.
Okay, let's go back up.
Provide. This is the operating agreement of Kouri Richins Realty, dated June 7th of 2021, and this was provided by Excel Financial and David Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
What is this? For the cleaning company? Sorry, I know she said it
Scott, if you
earlier.
can bring up 5-61, please.
I'm just wondering why it says 81% to Doreen. I think that's her aunt. The one who owns the cleaning company that employed Carmen.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Darden Richins, the account 5244 for September 2021 that was sent by Excel Financial and Mr. Ige in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Did she also steal insurance money on top of that? That's one of her charges. Insurance fraud.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-61.
Same objections.
5-61.
Ma'am, what information does that present?
It's an America First Credit Union statement. It says Kouri Darden Richins in the header for September 2021 for the personal account 5244. And in the summary section, those 3 accounts collectively at the end of September were $169,442.28.
Did you attempt to verify this statement?
I did.
Oh, man. That's probably her husband's business bank account. We got a theme going on here, y'all.
Scott, can you bring up 5-35B? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Darden Richins, her account 5244 for October 2021. This came directly from the credit union. And then if you look in the, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This came from, in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
State moves to admit 5-35B.
Same objections.
5-35B is admitted.
Scott,
Are you zooming in on that?
ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement from the credit union of C&E Stone Masonry.
Oh, okay. Let me go back and put a picture of this, and then one for Eric.
Credit union statement from the credit union of C&E Stone Masonry, account 7664 in September of 2001, directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-32B.
Same objections.
5. Oh, I'm sorry.
Scott, if you could zoom in.
That for the account for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664 in September.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Kouri's account, Eric account, collectively.
Scott, can you bring up 5-62? Scott, can you bring up can you take 562 down? Can you bring up 5-29D? Split screened with 5-29C?
Man,
Ma'am, do
Scott's
these
doing
documents
lots of
follow
work
the same
today.
pattern we've just discussed?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state moves 562D, 529D, and 529C in evidence.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was it 562 or 562D? Yes, sir.
Yes. So same objections. So if we could just put that up for a second.
Sure.
Same objections.
Okay. 5 and C are admitted. Okay.
I'm going to bring up another set of 3.
Do you need a moment? Do you need any clarification? Correct. Correct. Okay. Would you say the number again?
5-24. I'm tracking wrong. I'm tracking wrong. Exhibit number, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Hold on.
That's right.
Nope.
What's on that?
24.
That's paper 5-29E. 24, 529E.
E and 5.
Number ending in
All right, so we're reading in some exhibits.
I'm sorry.
22 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy. Those were,
related to the Barney home.
All right,
Do you know what
back
I'm
to the
talking
Barney
about?
home.
I do.
What is your understanding of the purpose of those wire transfers?
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So it was a down payment.
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
So she was just giving her money just to give her money so she can help Kouri pay for her debts. Aren't there like text messages and emails to back this up too? It's like, hey, here's the money. This is for the down payment.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 2-19DR?
Miss Lewis on
Would you
top
mind
of, or
blowing
Miss
up so I
Nestor
can't read the text?
on top of it. Hey, Caitlin.
Your Honor. I'll just move to admit it.
Okay. Same objection to this exhibit, Your Honor, that we've already, same objections.
403 and 404B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1?
Yes.
States Exhibit 2-19D-R is admitted. Did this witness see this document?
Yes, you did, Your
Okay, take it from there.
Honor. And just, I think the court is aware, but the labeling 2-19 is the exhibit number. D means it's a demonstrative. R means it's redacted. Ms. Carrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just slowly, please walk the jury down the text string. Ma'am, is this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right. So this is from the friend. Oh, hell no. The kids are probably so damn confused. It's sad. As soon as she meets someone else, she will do this all over again. Okay, so for your house, we are finally getting everything done. I don't have an exact number in your mortgage yet, but it will get around. Oh, wait a second. Did the best friend change Corey's contact name to just 1987 friend? Is that what happened? So this is a message from Kouri, actually. Okay, so for your house, we're finally getting everything together done. I don't have an exact number in your mortgage yet, but it'll probably be around 2,300, maybe 100 more or less. I will have final numbers this week, and then I'll let you know. You know when you're so pissed at a friend, you change their name in your address book? I'll also let you know I'm down payment when I get that. It'll be this week, but don't stress it. It will be affordable for what you have. No worries. Oh, gosh. But you stole it all. It's not affordable if you're going to steal the money.
And Kouri Richins is in blue, right, at the 1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
Hey, Chels. Okay, couple things. Do you have any paint left over at your house? My mom said she used some kind of paint to touch up the cabinet there, and she was pretty sure she left it with the other colors. It would be like a darker gray. We're going to be closing on your house Tuesday. What are you comfortable with putting as down payment? Dude. So you're telling me the money was not down payment? It could have been something else, defense? Your friend read, okay, what are they wanting as one? Jeez, I feel so bad. Kouri writes back, oh, haha, no worries. Well, you set it on your front porch and she will run and grab it. $59,000. Don't freak. I knew you guys only had around $47,000. So I want to see what you're comfortable with and I'll float the rest. You guys will be seller financing it from me. So what will happen is I'll close it on my name Tuesday. Oh, gosh. And then we're going to set another closing for 2 weeks to close it to change into your name. You know what? Someone in my other chat was asking if she had like an accomplice. I think it's possible that it was her mom. Her mom. Her aunt, maybe. I don't know. I don't think she had friends and other people that were doing this with her, but might be like a family operation, you know? Maybe. There are some weird allegations against her mom, which we will see what happens with that. Not part of this trial. Yeah, Lisa's sus as fuck. Yeah. Friend writes back. Okay, it's out on the porch. Let me count my cash and see all that I have. I have 40 for sure. Let me see what all I made over the last couple months. And Kouri's probably salivating at all the money that she's about to be getting. She also writes, I'm doing my taxes tonight, so depending on how fast that comes, I can use that if I do need you to front me some. I'll pay you back with my taxes. Oh, gosh. Kouri writes, okay. No. I'm springing this on you last minute. They are finishing docs. I knew I would have to float some cash. Not stress. All is well. Just ready to get this wrapped up so I can pay out my lenders and put this in a long-term loan. So don't worry about paying me back. It'll just be wrapped in a loan. If you could do around 45K, that would be perfect. If not, don't stress. Yeah, fucking wild. I'll probably have to call you though. It's a lot to text. Cool. I'll text my mom. Thank you. Scammer. I hate scammers. She writes back, okay, I will count how much I have. I'm sure I can do 45. No problem. Okay, call when you can. Kouri writes back, sweet. Okay, will do. She writes, okay, I've got 45,000. Kouri writes, woot woot. Can you deposit in your bank tomorrow and then just wire it to my account and then I'll wire it to the title company? Then I'll send you the receipt and the docs. Seems like the money's being used for a down payment. She writes back, yes, I will do that tomorrow. And little will she know, she won't see that money again. Awesome. Here's information. Down payment for the address of the house. We're not even making this up. I'm kind of nervous. Why are you nervous? Because you're about to steal from your friend? Friend writes, okay, I'm so excited but scared as hell. Oh boy, let me know how that goes. I feel so bad for him. He posted a picture of him and the kids today. Just them, no Ali. Ooh, they're probably talking about something else. Dying to hear how the defense tries to twist this. There was a mention that Kouri was going to use some of it to pay the hard money lenders. And so I think that's what they're going to roll with. Oh, no, the money was used to pay for the hard money lenders. And that's exactly what Kouri did with the money. Kouri writes back, oh, I bet it's so much money and your own house. Eek, how exciting. I totally will. I do too. I can't believe how much he's still respecting her and won't tell his parents or anything because he doesn't want anyone to think bad of her. Like what? I just want to shake her. Kouri, you're in a so much worse situation. Don't be judging other people. Yikes. She writes back, I mean, do we actually need this? I guess we do. Friend writes back, yes, I just hope I can get back on track in developing a savings again. Not that that was much, but I thought so. Oh, I want to fucking slap her. She's being such a bitch and I can't believe he's being so nice still. So we are gossiping about someone named Ali and his waifu. Kouri writes, hey, you're not wanting Derek on title, right? Just you, written as Chelsea Barney? She writes, correct. I'm waiting for UCCU to transfer the rest of my money into my MACU account and I will send it over. I have to tell you how this lady was at the bank account about me depositing my cash. Kouri writes, okay, cool. That's what I thought. Okay, no worries. Oh God, did they think you robbed a bank or something? She writes back, the lady was such a bitch. I will have to call and tell you. Kouri writes back, okay, one sec. I'm finishing volunteering at school. Give me 15. Were you volunteering to school or were you with your paramour? She writes back, what's your bank? Kouri writes back, America First Credit Union. Friend writes back, okay, I don't know if my bank is weird or what, but it sent you 2 trial deposits. When you get them, let me know the amount they both are that they are sent. Then I could send the rest. Kouri writes back, I don't know what this is. Kouri writes, definitely weird. I've never heard of that. The friend writes back, I know, it's asking for all these questions. Would Venmo work? Oh, no, you can't Venmo that much. Yeah, and maxes out. I mean, Kouri would know. No, you can't Venmo that much. Venmo maxed out at 5K. Did you go into your bank and do it? Gosh, it just sounds like a scary. You know how like the scammers, when they finally like got in, they're like trying to figure out how to get the money to them quickly? No, I was trying to do it online. Will I have to go in? Kouri, yes, if you can. It's so much easier. Friend, okay, I just asked when Derek is home because Burke's asleep. Then I will go in. Sorry, friend. Kouri writes back, no biggie. Friend, holy shit, I did it. You two will get 2. UCC will be 83,300. MAC will be 26,700. Wahoo. I feel so bad for her because this just reminds me when we got scammed by our family in Thailand and we're like working at the logistics to send them the money and they knew they weren't going to pay us back. And it's just like when I go back and read those messages, I'm just like, oh, God, I feel so fucking stupid. Kouri writes, you did your first wire transfer. Chels, congratulations. I go about 10 of those a week. That's how my business functions. Okay, we'll let you know when the funds are received. It'll be the first thing in the morning. Friend, Jesus, that was so difficult for me. But now I know what to do. If I ever have to do it again, okay, thanks, friend. Kouri laughed at it. Kouri, forgot to text you. Wires received this morning. Are you working Sunday? Dude, Kouri is elated because she took that money and then she used it to pay off her loans. Friend writes, yay, yes, I am working Saturday.
Yes, I did. This is the Kouri Richins Realty account statement 6577 for January of 2022 from America First Credit Union.
And when you trace those 2 wires totaling $45,000, did they land in this account?
Yes, they did.
Can you please show us where?
Sure. Scott, can we do the, well. Gee, let's see, it's the middle. We need to go down a little bit to like the 11th. The 12th, like the 11th and 12th. Yes, thank you. So you can see on the 12th, the $26,700 coming in. And then if you go down a few other lines, also on the 12th, down a little bit more right there, that bank-to-bank transfer, that's $18,300 coming into the account.
Gee.
Those are those 2 wires from Chelsea Barney.
And Scott, if you can move it to the left. At the time they hit the account, what was the account's balance?
It was in the negative $1,996.68.
Negative. Oh my gosh. Kouri. Dude, I hate scammers so much. Ugh. Kouri was in the negatives. That money came in. It floated her.
Did you then trace the funds from this account?
I did.
Can you please show us what happened to that money?
Well, the majority of it, well, a lot of it, almost half, went to the family account, the $19,299 on the 12th, the middle transaction. That went to the family account, the 2204, that says Eric Richins. That's the joint checking account that Eric and Kouri Richins used for family expenses.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this whole line on the same grounds?
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
And pay debt payments. Also, and then also there were she paid debt payments.
Okay, so the $19,300 went out. And then how long did it take her to deplete the rest of that $45,000?
Well, we have to account for the another $9,000 that came into the account, but it was gone within a few days.
Did any of it go to a mortgage on the Barney home?
No.
She said 9
What did
days.
it go to?
The transaction that's highlighted, the $19,299, that is the same amount that was paid to FundFi, which is one of Kouri Richins' payday lenders.
So that money went from this KRR account to the personal joint account. And
That's
then
correct.
to Fund 5 to pay off debt.
The part of that's true. So this amount on January 12th went to the family account. And if we go to the family account, you can see right before this payment had been made. So this money going back to the family account replenishes that exact amount.
Let's do that. Let's go to 5-33A.
Oh, there's a new Chilla's art game. Did you see they're making a movie out of it? What's this
Do you
game
recognize
about?
that document?
I do.
What is that?
This is the America First Credit Union
I know. Did she try asking for Amazon gift cards, iTunes gift cards? Oh, man. Yo, give me that Home Depot gift card.
statement of the family account 2204 of February of 2022, which includes the January 22 transactions. And this is in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-33A.
Same objections.
533A is admitted.
Can you show us on this account that 299 transaction you were just referencing?
Yes, Scott, I think it's on the second page. Yes. Thank you. So you can see on January 10th, a bank-to-bank transfer of $19,299. So that came out of the family account. And I know from tracing this, that went to Fund 5 for Kouri Richins.
And Fund 5 was one of her payday lenders?
Yes.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-30, please? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the information from America First Credit Union that details the incoming wire or the outgoing wire, and it was returned in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-30.
Same objections.
5-30 is admitted.
And what information does this present?
This tells us the date at the top left, January 10th, 22. It tells us the amount that is $19,299 there on the left. And in the middle column, it tells us that it came from the account 2204-9 to 2204. That's the family account. On the right column, it tells us the beneficiary, who's the receiver of the wire, is Fundify Merchant Funding. And then if you go down to the bottom, so the originator is the person who sends the wire, the beneficiary is the one who receives it. So this is instructions or notations from Kouri Richins, or someone who sent this, to pay off K. Richins. That's the instruction.
Let's go back to the loans for a minute. You testified earlier that the Iron Bridge loan became due on January the 8th, 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Did Ms. Richins make that balloon payment to satisfy that loan on January the 8th?
No, she did not.
What happened?
She extended that loan for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She extended the loan, giving her more time to pay it.
And during that time, was she trying to get a new loan from Excel Financial?
That's true, yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Check to speculation.
Did you review her correspondence with Excel Financial?
I did.
Did that correspondence explain why she submitted so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements?
So you know how there was an objection earlier, and then counsel had to lay the foundation and go through all the text messages to show that the money was used for down payment. Was he already planning on doing that, or was he planning on skipping that? Because I think text messages mean a lot. Emails mean a lot. Whenever we see any written documents from the defendant, I think it has a lot of impact. So, I mean, I hope that he was planning on doing the text message no matter what. Maybe he was just going out of order. But yeah, we need the messages to come in. We need these emails to come in. We need to see the communications.
To Excel Financial.
Well, initially, the loan was in her name, just Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty, and she had some bank account statements were submitted for that. And then as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a co-signer. And so that's when the operating agreement that now show Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted, and also bank account statements were.
Oh, that's what I was wondering about. Why did it show Doreen Kouri had Doreen Richins? Yeah, Doreen Richins had 81%. Sorry, she's like explaining, but I'm like, I'm so confused though.
Just Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty, and she had some bank account statements were submitted for that. And then as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a co-signer. And so that.
They asked for a co-signer. Okay, so her aunt was co-signing.
That's when the operating agreement that now show Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted, and also bank account statements were submitted for that. And then another stage where they needed to show a specific amount. Actually,
I wonder if Kouri Kouri. I wonder if Kouri dragged her aunt into this or she did it surreptitiously and Anne had no idea.
Bank account statement in order to close, and the loan then became Doreen Kouri's loan as the principal of Kouri Richins Realty.
That's confusing, but okay.
Did Kouri Richins Realty ever enter into a financing agreement with Excel?
No.
What then happened with the Ironbridge loan once it was extended once?
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, this may be a good point to break.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
1240 reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, normal instructions. Please don't talk about the case. You'll have access to your devices, and so please be careful to not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case from any source. Please don't do any research about the case. You're welcome to talk to each other about all kinds of other things, but not this case. Please rise for the jury.
Blah, 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 blah. All right. We were only 10 minutes behind. Not bad. I cannot wait to eat. I'm starving. Is the aunt alive? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about her being dead.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Ms. Carrington, please don't consult with anyone regarding your testimony during the lunch break. Thank
Yes, sir.
you. We'll be back at 12:40. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, a lot of information with this witness. We're not going to go through everything, but essentially the common theme that we started off with was Kouri would use her husband's bank account balance and she would pretend that there were her bank account balance when she's applying for all these different types of loans. And these weren't traditional loans. These were hard money lenders where interest rate is high. You got to pay within 6 to 12 months. It's very strict. You can default if you don't follow these agreements. And some of them were payments that she had to make daily or weekly or monthly, with the deadline being super short. Again, like I said, 6 months or 1 year. They went through all the overdraft fees in Kouri Richins' account leading up to when Eric died. They went through how Kouri took out the HELOC against Eric's house all the way back in 2019. And it seems like Eric didn't know about this. The jury already heard that from the testimony of his sister and brother-in-law, that Eric was really shocked, surprised, disappointed, and he consulted a divorce attorney. Kouri's essentially doing all these really weird things in the background with the financial stuff, and it kind of sucks because it's supposed to be your partner in life. You're supposed to be able to trust them, right? They're operating really weirdly under the shadows. They talked about all these houses that Kouri had purchased and flipped. So again, Kouri found out about how she would be, I think she knew that she was going to be screwed in the prenup. If she divorced Eric, she probably wouldn't be as well off as she is right now, or as she was back then. So she decides to get her master's degree. She decides to get her real estate license, as testified by the friend yesterday. And she purchased these houses. She flipped them. She would rehab them. However, as his forensic accountant is going through these houses, we're learning that, the first house, it seems like she made $47,000. That's great. That's wonderful. But then there was a Mill Creek house where she lost $155,000. Then there was a legacy house where she had already lost $460,000 on the projects with the properties that were sold. There were others that foreclosed that wasn't included. But she also lost another $400,000 in the legacy account, losing a total of $900K on these, was it 3 or 4 properties? Doesn't seem like she's a savvy business person. Man. We got into the loans. And essentially right now, what we're really getting into is the Barney house. There was a best friend that didn't qualify for a traditional loan. So Kouri decides to sell her finance. So she purchases property. I guess she flipped it and she was going to finance it for her friend, get a traditional 30-year mortgage. The friend sent $47,000 in down payment, and Kouri sent these messages like, oh yeah, don't worry, you actually need 57. I know you have 40, but I'll take care of the rest. You don't have to worry about that. So really instilling this trust to her friend that hey, I got you. I know your financial situation. I'll take care of you. And the friend's like, yeah, like, let me see what I can scrounge up. Like, maybe I can use the money that I allocated for tax payments. Let me see how much money I made in the past months to see if I can get more money. Like, she's really trying to figure out how she can put this down payment so they can buy this house for their family. And so we see that Kouri takes his $47,000 and, the money comes in, but it gets depleted pretty quickly. She uses it to pay her debt payments. And then she had a bunch of loans that she decided to extend out because she couldn't pay them in time. And I got to go back and look into her aunt being the co-signer for this agreement. I want to look more into that, but that's where we're at right now. It's a mess. It's financially, it's like, it's a lot that's happening. But I think the presentation has been quite decent so far in terms of like, tracking everything. It is a lot to consume. So yeah. That's where we're at right now. Court is on lunch break. They will be back in, I think they'll be back in like 20 minutes or 25 minutes, but I'm probably going to like come back a little bit later like I did last time. So that way it gives me more time to just, I'm probably just going to hang out with the doggos and just eat lunch. But sometimes court comes back late anyways, and we get to catch up. So I will be back after the lunch break. Again, guys, if you guys are not caught up with this case, we did do week 1 trial recap. The schedule for this week, tomorrow, they're going to be starting later. Yay! They'll be starting 9:30, 9:30 local time. And Friday, they have no court on Friday. So yay again. Alrighty, guys. So I am planning on doing a recap for this week. And yeah, I'll see you guys after the lunch break. Thank you so much for watching this with me. Thank you so much for chatting. I appreciate hearing your guys' interpretation of some of the evidence, some of the testimony. Thanks for keeping me busy, and I really appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys, 900K. Yep. Yep. It's fucking crazy. Like I said, I admire someone that is willing to work hard. And she really tried to set up something for herself, although her business seems to have been financed by stealing money from her husband ish. But yeah, it's horrible. Horrible, all this money stealing and all this stuff. It's really bad. So I will see you guys after the lunch break. All right. Again, I will put up the time when I will be back. I'll probably be back in about 40. I'll be back in maybe like 35 minutes. Yeah, I think that should be fair. Heat up my food, eat real quick, and then get some good stretchies in before I come back. So, court is on lunch break, but Corgi will be back shortly after. What time is it over there? 12? 12. Maybe we'll give them 15 minutes, maybe, or 12:50. 12:50. Yeah, 12:50. All right. Replace pin message. Let me put up a poll for you guys. Let's do a poll. Ooh. How bad does the forensic accountant's testimony look for Kouri? Not bad at all. Really bad. All right. I put up a poll up and I can't spell determining for the determining. Okay. How bad does a forensic accountant's testimony look for Kouri? Not bad at all. Really bad. So determining. All right. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in, I guess, like in 20 minutes or in 30 minutes now. Alrighty. Did I pin the message? I did, right?
One more time, ma'am.
Okay. This is the America First Bank account.
All righty, y'all. Hello, hello. Welcome back after the lunch break. We are here. We are ready. We're ready to go.
We're ready for the jury.
I wonder if they're going to talk about this in trial. The investigation with Kouri's mother. Nope. That is not going to be coming in. This is witness number 27, right? Yeah, 27. All right, y'all, we are back from the lunch break. We're continuing with the testimony of witness number 27. The state is presenting their case in chief right now. We have Brooke Carrington with the... Does she have her own company? I don't know if she does, actually. But she's a forensic accountant, and we are going to be going through more of Kouri Richins' finances. What did I have for lunch? I had a... how do I describe it? I made ground chicken meatballs, but I put it in a soup with protein macaroni and spinach and tofu. So I had that. It was pretty light. I'll probably eat a second lunch because I'm like I was gonna say I'm a fucking hobbit, but not height-wise, okay? Food-wise, I eat like a damn hobbit. So I'm gonna eat first lunch, and then we're gonna have secondsies, and then we'll have we'll do dinner and a snacky. Caitlin, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for watching them. I really appreciate that. I can't wait to do this week's recap. This week there's a lot happening this week. I'm excited. I like doing the recaps. They're fun. Welcome back. Thank you, Go Lucky. Thank you, thank you. Nah, height-wise, I'm Gandalf, bro. Channeling my inner Gandalf.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with testimony from Ms. Carrington. Ms. Carrington, you are still on your way. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can we please have 8-
One in chat if you guys want to give Scott a raise. Does Scott deserve a raise? I think one in chat. Scott deserve a raise.
12. Your Honor, this is in evidence already if the court could publish.
Understood. One moment. There you are.
Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this home?
I do.
Is this one of the projects of Kouri Richins' real estate business?
Yes, it is.
Did she use Boomerang Finance to finance this project?
Yes, she did.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 5-58, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is an America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty, K. Richins Realty, account 6577 from June of 2021. This is sent directly from Boomerang in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-58.
Same objection.
5-58 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what, again, does this information or does this statement present?
This is like the others. This is K. Richins Realty, the account 6577 for June 2021. And you can tell at the top this came from Boomerang. And then the summary section says, calculates the 3 accounts. The total is $702,831.96 at the end of June.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get 5-29B, please? Ma'am, what is this document?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins Realty, LLC, 6577 for June of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to enter 5-29B.
Same objections.
5-29B as in boy is admitted. Published now. Go ahead.
Again, Ms. Carrington, can you show what information this bank statement presents?
Kouri Richins Realty at the P.O. Box 759, the account number 6577 for June of 2021. This came directly from the credit union, and the 2 accounts at the end of the month had the balances of $15,339.12.
Scott, 5-32 Charlie, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry for June of 2021, the account number 7664 that came directly from the credit union in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-32C.
Same objections.
5-32C is admitted.
Sorry, guys, I was on a phone call. Hello, hello. Take a drink of water every time Nestor objects. I love that, actually. Let's stay hydrated. We're going to have to get up and pee a lot, though. It's okay. We'll be on the same schedule as the judge. I think he pees a lot, too. I know this is a personal ick, but goodness, Kouri needs to do something different with her hair. I don't like her hair like that. She's got like an egghead shape. I don't know. She looks better when I think some of the hairs kind of like give her a little bit of contour on her face. So when she puts it down, she just looks like an egghead. Giving me like Miss Trunchbull vibes, you know?
More time, ma'am.
Okay. This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664 from June of 2021. This one came directly from the credit union, and you can see in the summary section the 3 accounts totaling $702,831.96.
Thank you. I want to switch gears a little bit now. You've used the term funding sources a couple of times. We're going to talk about funding sources, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-93 Delta 2?
Yes. Yeah. Take some wispies out. Yes.
Ma'am, did
It
you
just looks
recognize
greasy.
this document?
I do.
Did you prepare this document?
Yes.
What material did you use to prepare this document?
This is based on the lender documents, the loan documents from the lenders for each of the properties, the home equity line of credit, the bank account statements, settlement statements for the purchase and the sale, and the deeds, the trust deeds that were recorded with the different county recorder offices.
What about you guys? What do you guys eat for
The
lunch?
state moves to admit 5-93D2.
No objection.
5-93D2 is admitted.
Okay, Ms. Carrington, it might be easiest to step down. I'll let you decide that, but can you explain to the jury the information presented on this document?
What is
It might be
this?
easier if I step down.
It's up to you.
Would you turn the
Come on, Wheel of Fortunate.
I'm going to try and do this without the pointer. So what I've done here along the bottom are just some phases of funding. And as far as the phases of funding, it's not a very hard and fast scientific analysis. But as I looked at all the transactions, they kind of fall into kind of different phases. And so what I've said is, she started her business in 2019. She had the one project early on, and then she had some other projects. And in the beginning, she used a primary lender, Sierra West and Matt Strong, and that's a name that I think you're going to hear over and over. So he's her primary lender for almost all of her, not all of them, but almost all of her projects. It's significant.
Is that her investor that wanted the opiates? Matt, I'm looking at you, Matt. Matt Strong.
Number. And then in the very beginning, as we've already talked about, she used that HELOC, draws from the HELOC to fund the projects, the rehab expenses, until it was no longer available because it was maxed out. And in the very beginning, she had a little bit of cash. There's like a $10,000 or $15,000 that I can see coming from her own sources to pay for projects, and she had a seller financing project. And I should stop and say too, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but she had prior projects that she'd done in South Carolina, and those seem to be fairly successful.
South Carolina. They live in Utah. South Carolina. Did she have family members in South Carolina?
And I should stop and say too, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but she had prior projects that she'd done in South Carolina, and those seem to be fairly successful. They were smaller projects, and they were before Utah, before she registered her business, so I've kind of left those off.
Oh.
But I do feel like to complete the picture, we need to talk about that. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell, those are two of her lenders so Matt Strong would be her primary lender, so she'd acquire the house with his funds, and then these would be what I'm terming, it's my term, rehab lenders. These are funds that she borrowed to give her money to fix up the house. So I have put these, what I'm trying to depict here, that as time went on, the proportions changed a little bit. And then, as time went on, the funding sources changed. So no longer was she using her own cash. That was only in the very beginning. And the HELOC was, as you've seen, remember the chart where it was maxed out pretty quickly.
Yep, 250K.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, ask a question.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor. What changes from the first column to the second column?
Okay.
So she's going on and on. It's a narrative. We got an objection here. And Mr. Blood was like, I don't care. I can ask a fucking question. We'll keep this going.
From the first column, there's the HELOC and the seller.
Nothing but salads. Oh, Jimmy John's, yum. My go-to, I've learned how to make chicken breast juicy. And there's a teriyaki sauce that I make for it. And it takes like 5 minutes to cook. It's on Just One Cookbook. I get like a thick piece of like chicken breast and I like pound it with a hammer. And I eat it with like steamed vegetables because I'm too lazy to cook vegetables. So I either microwave them or I just have like the double boiler thing. But yeah, that's what I go to. But oh my God, Jimmy John sounds so good. Which, the Italian, delicious.
Seller financing and cash.
I know, but Bloodworth is so sassy. I love it. I love being a sassy attorney. No rice? No. I try not to eat rice. I've cut down dramatically on rice. I had Japanese curry with, like the curry and stuff like that and the chicken. I even try to eat that with no rice. Yeah, I cut back on rice a lot.
Don't appear in the second column because those are no longer available.
What changes from the second column?
Rice is addicting.
The third column, you can see that the proportions change here. This is where we've talked about Iron Bridge and Boomerang, and Doreen Kouri, as you've heard, comes in. My understanding is that is Kouri Richins' aunt. The accounts receivable loans, those are those payday loans. We've talked a little bit about those. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell are still part of her lenders here.
How does Doreen Kouri contribute as a
That sounds delicious. I love the tofu. I love the sesame sticks. I love the sesame ginger dressing. I just hate salad greens. Oh, I don't know.
funding source?
As far as actual funds coming in, I have not been able to locate any funds that came in from her, but her name during this time period is used. She's on that operating agreement that's dated in June of 2021 that gets submitted in the fall of 2021. Her credit is used for the Excel financing and the David E. Gay potential refinances. So she's part of that process. And she's also used for a lot of these payday loan applications. Doreen had a company, a cleaning company, and I understand. And her name individually she's a guarantor on a lot of these payday loans.
So is it right then, to summarize that she's a funding source because her name and credit is used, but she's not a funding source in terms of a source of cash.
I don't believe she's a funding source as a source of cash. I haven't been able to track any of that coming in from her. There might be some, but I've
I'm glad that we expanded more about this because I had a lot of questions about Kouri's aunt.
tried my best to identify every transaction. There's some that I still don't know, but definitely her credit and her name are used.
So what then changes from the third column to the fourth column?
What I attempt to show here is the growth during the fall and winter of 2021, the growth of the accounts receivable loans and during Kouri. This is a time of intense activity in the fall. We've talked about October, November, December into the new year, and that's what that's supposed to show. Blackwell's dropped off until later. Those are the significant changes there.
And then what is the change from the fourth column to the final column?
So in early 2021, she had sold, Kouri Richins had sold the last significant project that she was going to sell for a while. And so there's not a whole lot of new funding activity except for what I've called the Legacy Way house. Some others are referring to it as the Midway Mansion. That's that big house that she buys and signs on the day after Eric Richins died. And what's different from this column to this column, you see this is all blue. Matt Strong is her primary lender on that house. But then also she uses Cockerhands and Blackwells and the Burns and
Japanese curry, how's it different from regular curry? What is regular curry? Like Indian curry? I would say probably the type of spices that they use. Yeah. Man, Japanese curry is delicious. I love it. I love all types of curry. Curry is like my favorite thing.
And then these other.
I hear if you ever go to the UK or London, I hear like curry there is like really delicious, right? Give me my tofu. I love tofu. I just hate doing what Nacho was saying, that he has to get the tofu, you got to press it down, get the liquid out, and then yeah, I hate preparation steps. I just like want my tofu to be ready to go. Oh, use another skill. That's a good idea. I guess I could do that. Do you like cut it longitudinally and then put like paper towels in between or something like that? Prosecution still, yo. This is gonna be a 5 weeks trial. 5 weeks. Oh my god, I'm gonna have no life.
Leaves, Soto, and Sills, all to come together. She uses all of those lenders just to acquire the property. So as opposed to somewhere over here, for example, where
Japanese curry is runnier, not necessarily. I think it just depends on who makes it. But yeah, not necessarily. I would say the consistency are sometimes Japanese curry could be thicker. Yeah, it depends on how you make it.
just to acquire the property. So as opposed to somewhere over here, for example, where she uses Matt Strong to acquire the property and then she uses these lenders for rehab funds, over here she uses all of those lenders just to acquire it, leaving nothing left over for rehab expenses.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can trade mics now.
Thank you. It's off. You can turn it back on if you'd like.
Yeah, how the hell was she going to rehab the Midway Mansion?
Okay, ma'am, let's talk about the accounts receivable loans portion of that chart. What are accounts receivable loans?
They are, so accounts receivables are future revenues that have been earned but haven't come in yet. They're coming in later. And pardon me, this is, you can call these factor loans or future receivables loans, but also payday loans. Like in exchange for $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. That's what someone might say.
What receivables did Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty have?
They had properties that were in the middle of rehabilitation, remodeling, whatever, and then would have been sold. So those, when they're sold, those are the revenues. So those are future receivables.
Scott, can I get 5-97D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the bank account statements that we've talked about, the lending documents where I could find them as identified from the bank account statements, and then I did searches of the state's database, not the prosecution, but the state of Utah database for the UCC filings to identify some other information.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-97D.
No objection.
5-97D is admitted.
Okay, ma'am. Scott, if you could just zoom in a little bit. Oh, you did. Man. There we go. Ms. Carrington, what information does this present?
So these represent separate and distinct loans that Kouri Richins took out. The date is the date that the UCC filing was not. I need to explain UCC filings. Is that okay?
Please do.
Okay. If someone
This lady is up Corey's financials butt and around in the corner.
buys a piece of property like a piece of land or a house or something, there's a deed that gets recorded at the county recorder office and then if they borrow against it, the loan gets recorded there, documented there in a trust deed. On the other hand, say someone buys a piano or a piece of equipment for their farm or something, that is not something that the lender can advertise to the world that they have an ownership interest in it until the loan's paid off. So they can't record it at the county recorder's office. So they file something with the state of Utah or whatever state they're in that says, I own this property until this borrower pays back the loan. And it's called a UCC filing. It's Uniform Commercial Code. And that's with the Department of Commerce at the state. So what I did is all public record. So I pulled up whatever UCC filings I could find under Kouri Richins, K. Richins Realty, Doreen Kouri, any of those. And I was able to piece together a lot of information. And this is the result.
So does this present that she borrowed $645,000 of payday loans that she received? Well, that's the amount she owed, right? And then she received $474,000 of that?
Yeah, and I can see how I can make this a little bit better, but so then the column that starts with net funds, that's the amount that hit her bank account. And you can see that I've got some gray shaded areas. I can tell from her bank account that she's paying this loan. But there's sometimes I can't tell which funds came in. Like it says just bank to bank transfer, and I don't know which one applies to, for example, on June 5th of 2021, the funded.com. I can see how she starts to pay $149 monthly to funded.com. But I haven't been able to figure out, and they didn't file a UCC filing, so I don't know how much she borrowed. So I'm not going to make an assumption and put a value in there and calculate a number that I can't support. So the net funds column, she got at least $474,000 into her bank account.
And she owed them at least $645,000.
That's right. So the receivables purchased, so in my example they gave you a minute ago, she took out a loan. Okay, let's look down here. 9/30 of 2021, the Greengrass Holdings. So she committed $87,000 of her future receivables to get $60,000 today. And by the time origination fees were taken out, she got $54,000 that landed in her bank account. And in exchange for that, they filed a UCC filing later, actually. But the payment that Kouri Richins committed to was that payment that we've seen, that $5,438. And she committed to pay that every week until the loan was paid back. And so she got $54,000, but she had to pay back $87,000.
Let's follow that thread then. Scott, can I get 5-10, please? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that the Green Grass Funding Revenue Purchase Agreement that you just referenced and you showed the line item?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-10 into evidence.
That's just, is that the only page? It's just the agreement? Just 2 pages? Keep going. I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
States 5 dash.
Scott, if we could zoom in on kind of the merchant information down to, yep, right there. Okay, Ms. Carrington, what does this tell us?
So this is the agreement between Kouri Richins Realty and other companies with Greengrass as of September 30th, 2021.
Did you investigate those other companies listed under the merchant's legal name?
Yes, I did.
What did you determine?
Some of these are related to Kouri Richins, like where she holds her contractor license or something else, and then the LT.
Oops, sorry. I was talking about the curry thing. Robot Glock was talking about all the different Thai curries and stuff. I never know the difference either. Like red curry, green curry, yellow curry. There's orange curry. I can't tell taste wise what the difference is. I just know visually what they look like. And there's like maybe like a potato in this one and maybe like something else. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
TD's personal cleaning, I believe, is related to Doreen Kouri.
Other than the one related to Doreen Kouri. And is that, by the way, what you meant by Doreen Kouri as a funding source in part?
Your
Yes.
Honor, based on that, this line of questioning, I would object to this line of questioning, continuing objection on our prior objections.
Overruled. Please proceed.
Except for the LTD personal cleaning, did any of the other companies connected with Kouri Richins have revenues?
I don't believe so, no. It's possible the WCA Enterprises, she's got a couple of projects where the buyer is Kouri Richins Realty LLC doing business as WCA, but as a standalone enterprise, I had requested the state subpoena documents, bank accounts, or anything that would support the fact that they had revenues, and I'm not aware of any bank accounts that they have.
Scott, can you scroll down to the loan amounts?
Please like the stream. Thank you.
There. So is this what, if you can highlight that line at 60,000 to the right? I think you already did, but just to be super clear, can you please explain that line?
Okay, so this is the, someone might say, if I could have $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. And that's what happened here. It was purchased at 15%. The payment frequency is weekly, and there's that $5,438 payment requirement.
And did we see some of those payments being withdrawn from her bank account in that October statement that we reviewed early on?
That's true, yes.
Did Kouri Richins continue to pay on that loan throughout the end of 2021 and into early 2022?
She did not.
Why not? What happened?
So this document, you can see at the very top of the document, this is from Kings County Court in New York, the very top, right there. And the date there is December 9th, 2021. Greengrass filed a lawsuit against Kouri Richins Realty, all of these companies, Kouri Richins personally and Doreen Kouri personally.
Yikes. So, I mean, they can't really go after Kouri right now, but are they going after the aunt?
For non-payment of the debt. I can identify a small set of payments, and after that, payments were not made from the bank account, and that is also what the complaint says.
Objection to this whole line of questioning based on our former objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You tried, Miss Nestor.
Scott, can I get 4-17, please? Do you recognize this document, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the summons that's related to that lawsuit that I just explained, and I believe somewhere there's the seal on the document. Oh, it's the summons and the complaint.
State moves 4-17 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay.
Would you approach her and hearsay?
Yeah, because remember, the judge says no speaking objections.
Would you approach her and hearsay objection?
All right, hearsay. See if the document comes in. Oh, Mr. Mustache looking good in the gray and the black tie.
We're going to move on from that one, okay?
Okay.
Can we
move
please
on.
turn to tax analysis?
Yes.
Did you analyze Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' tax returns?
Yes, I did.
What types of returns did you analyze?
The married filing joint returns for 1920, 21, the business returns for C&E, and a separate tax return for that Kouri Richins self-prepared for 2019.
How do each of the business returns relate to their joint personal return?
So Eric's business, he had a business partner, and their
Cody Wright, whose wife testified.
their earnings that he and his business partner drew from the company were reported on a K-1. It's a document then that gets filed with their personal return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be succinct. And Kouri Richins, having it be a one-person entity, all of her income, whether or not it was reported on K-1, would just flow through to the personal return, usually on a Schedule C.
So one way or another, each of their business income or business loss would flow to their joint personal return.
That's right.
Did you analyze KRR's, Kouri Richins Realty's return?
Yes.
Were her tax returns helpful in understanding her financial narrative?
If I answered that yes or no, it would require some explanation.
We'll start by yes or no.
Okay. Yes, it did help explain the lack of continuity and lack of reliable accounting. And no, because of that, the things that she reported to her tax preparer.
Objections, same objections we raised previously.
Would you approach for a minute?
Oh, my stomach is not feeling good. I wonder if it's the protein shake that I drank. All right, objection, sidebar. Ooh, this is a long sidebar. Y'all, what's going on in these sidebar battles? Oh, we're dismissing the jury for now? Oh, geez. You know what? I like it when they dismiss the jury because now we can talk when the jury's not listening and we can listen to it. Bring it on.
Mr. Bloodworth, to help me rule on defendant's objection, would you please proffer for me where we're headed regarding the tax returns?
Yes, Your Honor. I think in response to that question and maybe the next one, Ms. Carrington will testify that K. Richins Realty's tax return were unhelpful for Ms. Carrington's analysis because Kouri Richins' expense reporting to her accountant was inaccurate.
Okay. And then where will we go after that regarding?
Because she lied about that, which was mentioned earlier that she couldn't really depend on what was being reported to the CPA, the accountant, was because it wasn't very truthful.
The tax returns.
The implication of the inaccurate expense reporting was that her tax returns showed a profit. Then there will be questioning on if the expenses were reported accurately, would they have shown a loss? There's a tax advantage to showing a loss. Why would you want to show, from a tax perspective, why wouldn't you want to take the loss? And then Ms. Carrington will testify that during these time frames, Ms. Richins was trying to attract funding, loans, and a tax return that showed a profit would help her attract loans.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, take it from there.
Well, now I have a new objection.
I imagine you have a couple.
I do.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, absolute speculation as to why, the loops you have to jump through to get that she's over-reporting her income to use it to get funding when there's zero evidence in this case that I've seen that she's ever produced her.
Pause there for a minute. Let's assume for the purposes of our discussion for the next few minutes that instead of opining about what was in Ms. Richins' head, Ms. Carrington, based upon her education, training, experience, talks about what real estate investors would need to show to attract funding and whether someone with a balance sheet that looked like Ms. Richins would need funding. So more general rather than specific.
Except that in this particular case, I know we have 10 terabytes of information that was produced, but I don't recall ever seeing any evidence that she produced her tax returns to any lenders, ever. And if she has seen that, please correct me, but I've not seen it. So if there's no evidence in the case to support this speculation, then it is speculation, it is prejudicial, it's harmful, and it shouldn't come in. But I also think if she's, to whatever extent, for whatever reason, if she's filing false tax returns, that's a crime. And that's another crime, wrong, or bad act under 404B, and again, has zero relevance to whether or not Ms. Richins killed her husband. And so I object on all those grounds.
Okay, one step at a time. Addressing these issues in the order that they were raised by defendant. Mr. Bloodworth asked the questions in a way that does not require or invite Ms. Carrington to speculate about what was going on in Ms. Richins' head, but speaks more broadly or generally based upon her education, training, and experience about why real estate investors in Ms. Richins' circumstances might benefit from making their tax returns look a certain way versus another. Any clarification on that?
No, yeah.
Okay. That resolves the speculation objection. Next, moving to the 404B issue, the court determines that evidence regarding the appearances that Ms. Richins was preserving regarding the success of her real estate investing business, circumstantial or direct, and evidence regarding the potential consequences that would flow if those appearances were shown to be without basis or not accurate, circumstantial or direct, are probative of a non-character purpose of showing motive. That is, that she, put bluntly, needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate and the personal consequences that would flow from that. In so ruling, the court is
My personal bias. Miss Nestor reminds me of my step monster. Oh no. We don't like the step monsters in here. We hate the step parents.
summarizing the reasoning that it has already put forth in much more detail with citation to Utah law in its ruling on defendant's motions in limine and in its ruling on the state's motion for additional findings and conclusions regarding the intrinsic evidence issue. And the court incorporates by reference that reasoning in those authorities. However, to make sure that the jury does not inadvertently and improperly revert to a propensity-based drawing of inferences, Ms. Nestor, do you want me to make another instruction that makes specific reference to the taxes?
Yes.
Okay, so may we agree that the court will give an additional instruction to the effect of you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to the tax returns of her business were not accurate, and then the standard form language after that.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Blood?
Man, Miss Nestor has been really short with the judge. It's not like I have it super sped up right now. She's over it, dude. She's just frustrated. She's very frustrated. I can't wait to hear, I can't wait to read the document they're going to file for, if this gets convicted and then, they're going to fight for an appeal. I want to see everything that's on there. Also, I can't wait to read the sidebars in this trial. I'm still waiting for sidebar transcript from, I think, Donna Adelson's trial. We are getting court transcripts for that one. So once we start getting all the sidebars, I'm looking forward to reading them. I love the sidebars.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
All right. And then, can we just take a look together at Rule 103B? Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect, genuinely, that Ms. Richins disagrees strongly with many of the court's pretrial rulings. That disagreement has been preserved for the record. It will be reviewed on appeal to the extent defense counsel is worried about having to reassert any of those objections, they need not do so.
Is that as we litigated this, we did not go document by document and say, these documents are the ones we have problems with. These are the documents we're okay with. My understanding of our discussion earlier this morning, and I might be wrong, and please correct me, but my understanding was that I was supposed to let the court know when we get to the documents that I think fall under what we've talked about. There are documents in here, as I said this morning, that we don't have any problem with. Most of our demonstrative exhibits, you'll note, I'm not making objections to those. They're coming in sans objection.
But some you double down on regarding the Barney house. And so it's hard to tell whether you're just reasserting the objection every time or if you're choosing. And that's why on occasion I have to ask whether this is a new or different objection.
Yeah, I think he just wants to make sure.
So I can try to do better about alerting the court if there's a new ground, but I'm still concerned because we don't have a ruling anywhere that I've said exhibit 632 falls under, we believe falls under the court's ruling and therefore falls under our objection. We've never done that. So the fear that I have, well, I totally agree that's what Rule 103 says. I understand I can have a continuing objection, but the problem with that is we've never in any of our litigation said this set of documents.
Well, your motion in limine certainly did. It listed about 20 documents, and then I denied it. So you know that those 20 are not a problem. But nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
So feel free to proceed as you are. But to the extent you want another specific ruling because you feel like we haven't discussed it before, you have to say more. Otherwise, I won't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely understood. So my intention, for the record, is to try to comply with the court's ruling not to have a speaking objection. When I say previous objections, I'm saying this document, we believe, falls under what you've already ruled on. If I have something that's new that I don't think you've ruled on at all, I will let the court know that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody need a break before we invite the jury
Yes,
back in? Mr.
me.
Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, you're
Okay. Tasia, we're
I actually need a break. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I will be right back. But I think
ready
they're.
for the show.
I can just play this out, right? Okay. Jury's coming back in. Fun.
Please have a seat as you come in.
I don't know where Remy was running off to. Dogs are so funny. He's so funny. He's such a funny bunny.
Okay. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, an additional instruction. You are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to her business's tax returns were not accurate during the period of time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, let me pick up with that last question. Maybe we'll just answer it again to get back on track. Were Kouri Richins' realty tax returns helpful in your understanding Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
And I answered yes and no.
Sorry, hold on a second. Let me just.
Your Honor.
Crimes charged in this case and for those crimes their defendant is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind.
Okay, so again, same as before. Character evidence for a motive. Can't use it to say that because she lied about her taxes that she committed the crimes. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, let me pick up with that last question. Maybe we'll just answer it again to get back on track. Were Kouri Richins' realty tax returns helpful in your understanding Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
And I answered yes and no, or yes or no.
All right, guys, we have a poll up. If you guys haven't voted, please vote. I'd love to hear your thoughts. How bad does the forensic accountant's testimony look for Kouri? 7%, not bad at all. 82%, really bad, and 11% still determining. All right. Hey, Joseph.
Yes, they were helpful to understand the fact that everything didn't match. The money that came out of the bank account that was spent was not reported the same on the tax returns. Well, let me say, it was not reported the same to the tax preparer and therefore not accounted for correctly.
Yeah, there was something happening with contempt, judge, mistrial. It's another case that I have not seen on my feed before, but I saw there was a lot of drama going on with that. I haven't seen it yet. Does anyone know the tea about that?
On the tax returns. And then no, because the same thing. If the accounting is not reliable, that doesn't help me understand fully and accurately what was going on in her business.
Does this relate back to how you had to calculate expenses as it relates to Kouri Richins rehabbing homes?
Yes, that's along the same lines, yes.
And it's those expenses, or is it those expenses that were underreported to her tax accountant?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that the whole body of those loans we've just looked at was not included. And in looking at the tax preparer's documents that he relied on to put the tax returns together, it's clearly missing. None of those loans is listed as a liability against the revenues. And the documents also show that the only loans that he understood that Kouri Richins Realty had and was obligated to repay were the loans based on that were related to the properties. So there's this huge category of $500,000 of obligation, or $400,000 of obligation that was completely absent from any of the financial records that the tax preparer put together, and therefore was also missing from the tax return.
What was the effect of this inaccurate reporting on Kouri Richins Realty's?
I wonder if in cross-examination, if they're going to say, well, you don't know if Kouri was the one that omitted these documents. What if it was the tax preparer who omitted it? You don't know who's responsible for this. Are we going to go there, you think?
Tax return.
So someone who, or a business that understates the expenses inflates the net income. So it makes it look like there's more profit than there actually was.
Wouldn't there be a tax advantage to having a business loss?
Yes, or having a lower net income, yes.
setting Kouri Richins aside for a moment, based on your training and experience as a forensic accountant, why would a business person want to inaccurately, from a tax perspective, want to inaccurately report their expenses and end up paying more tax?
Most, I don't know. Most, if taxes, if expenses, revenues and expenses are reported correctly, there is a tax liability, assuming they made a profit. If those are understated and it makes it look like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or business's objectives were.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
Objective B, to want to pay more taxes.
So she wants to pay more taxes. Instead of saying like, oh, I have all these expenses, I have all these loans that I got to pay. It's like, well, you got to pay more taxes. Why would anyone want to pay more taxes?
Like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or business's objectives were.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
Why would a business similar to Kouri Richins, a business with a financial position similar to Kouri Richins' financial position, want to appear more successful?
Well, if things had been reported accurately, she was operating at a loss. And so that would have been reflected, especially for 2021, that would have been reflected in an accurate tax return, would have shown a loss there. And during the time, especially the tax return that was prepared in the fall of 2021 that wasn't accurate, that's a time when she was actively seeking funding for, she acquired 3 new properties in November, and
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
factually speaking, she acquired 3 new properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are
Kouri. Oh my God, this is so good. I gotta rewind it back.
$1 million to.
Overruled.
Factually speaking, she acquired 3 new properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are months that coincide with the inaccurate tax returns in which new projects were being acquired or contemplated, and funding was being sought for those.
Did you investigate whether Kouri and Eric Richins had any?
You know how Kouri was making faces at the other people that were testifying? She was making faces at the digital forensic cell phone guy. She was making faces at Carmen when she was testifying, like this, I don't see her making faces at her, at this forensic accountant. Looks a little defeated. I don't know. Oh boy. Really embarrassing.
Tax liabilities?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Do you know about how much?
I know at least number.
What is the at least number?
Let me back up. State tax liabilities Tax liens were about $70,000. And federal was about 80,000 at least. So 150,000 at least.
And were those a joint liability since they filed jointly?
That's correct.
Man, and she like has a lot of this memorized from the top of her head. That's crazy. This is so much information. Oh, hey, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? Hello, hello. How are you? What are you guys doing over there? What's going on? Hi, Nadas. Hello, hello. What's up?
Scott, can I get...
Wait. No, Natasha, maybe? Hello.
Exhibit 5-36. Are we frozen?
It's possible. Let me fix that. My apologies.
Or maybe it's a scroll down problem. Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, the personal checking account 5244 in May of 2021. This is directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-36.
Same objections.
5-36 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the check. Yeah. Ms. Carrington, what is this?
This is a check from the C&E Stonemasonry account, and it's payable to Eric Richins, dated April 29th, 2021, for $36,000. And the memo on it indicates taxes TC-546, and that tells me that's a Utah State Tax Commission payment.
And based on your analysis, did C&E provide Eric and his business partner, Cody, for that matter, distributions in order to pay their taxes?
Object to hearsay.
I don't understand the hearsay objection there.
That's how she knows. They told her.
Why doesn't lay some foundation for how she knows?
Did in reviewing the C&E accounting materials show that C&E distributed to both Cody and Eric Richins estimated tax payments?
Yes, no one has told me that, but I can see from reviewing all the bank accounts that there are pairs of transactions, and they are for Eric Richins and his business partner habitually over several years, and they are for different tax liabilities.
One moment. The hearsay objection is overruled. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, did you trace this check?
I did.
If we can go back to the main document, Scott. Can you show your tracing of this check?
Sure. Scott, if you can scroll down. Okay. Right there. So mid-screen, you see April 30th, the deposited check item for $36,000 to go over there. And so that's that check. And they're included in this exhibit is the deposit slip, so I can match that up, plus the check copy came with this, so I know this is the same $36,000. And then sorry.
At the time that was deposited, what was the account balance?
83 cents.
83 cents. Oh gosh, Kouri, you were touting yourself as the successful flipper, and we read your bio, ma'am. I made $1 million in profit, and then oh my gosh, she buys this Midway mansion with like, oh my god. Someone sent her one of those like Korean pimple patches. I just got a whole set of them. Maybe she needs one of those.
From there, please.
Yes. So In doing a tracing, I look at the balance at the time a specific transaction is made. And so then I have to match up, but for certain funds, other transactions would not clear the bank. So the following transaction is April 30th, that bank-to-bank transfer of $25,000 could not have been made but for the deposit of that $36,000. So I know those have to tie together. So then I'm looking for what other information will tell me that deduction of $25,000.
And where did that $25,000 land?
It's a wire out that goes to Stewart Title's Bank of Nevada, I believe.
Scott, can you go back to the main document and scroll down, please? No, I'm sorry, down a page.
No. Keep going to the wire. This one, please. Sorry.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, it's a domestic outbound. So this is a wire that is going out of the account. If you go down the left-hand column, it shows you $25,000. If you go to the middle column, it's from Kouri Richins. Right above her name is the account number 5244. And over on the right, it says it goes to Stewart Title Company.
Oh, man. All right. So for this next portion, there was a check that was written, $36,000 from Eric's business account. It was deposited into Kouri's account. Kouri only had 83 cents at the time. Was it Eric helping out his wife because she had no money, or was it Kouri taking money from her husband's account? Because then she wired the $25,000 to the Stewart Title Company. She was closing on these houses and didn't have money to fund it. Why didn't she just slow the fuck down? I guess she can't. You're just like in a cyclic, it never ends. She's already got the ball rolling into the negatives. And she probably just thought the more houses I flip, the more at some point I'll just start making profit and paying all my debt back or something.
And then go down to the bottom left, and it says earnest money, Kouri Richins. Earnest money being kind of a deposit on a purchase of a property.
Oh, wait. Let me get a picture of this. I don't think I have a picture of this. Sorry. I was yapping.
On a purchase of a property.
Thank you, Scott. Can we turn now, please, to a property that you referenced as Legacy Way that others have referenced as the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Ooh, the Legacy Way. This is the one where... Well, is it fair to say... Because, no, she got arrested a year afterwards. Oh, man. Because I think that's the one that she lost $400K on, right?
Are you familiar with the property?
I am.
How so?
I have been by it several times over the last 3 years, and I have researched the
She's like, I own it now. I'm just kidding.
recorder's documents, the deeds affiliated with that. I have submitted a grandma request, which is a request for government records so that I could understand all the Wasatch County building the inspection records over the years, the life of that property. I have interviewed the prior owner before Kouri Richins bought it. I've interviewed the current owners. I've traced all the, after Kouri Richins bought it, tried to sell it, I have reviewed each of those 13 offers to purchase the property.
Yeah, earnest money. I think when you're about to buy a property and then you're so going in the, what's it called? There's like the whole escrow thing. You put down the deposit saying that like, hey, this is me committing to buying the property. So if I back out for any reason that it's not in their contracts, then you get to keep my deposit.
And I've also looked at the bank accounts and the loan documents for her purchase.
Let's please start with the drive-by. Scott, can I get 6-7? Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that the Midway Mansion?
It is.
State moves to admit 6-7.
No objection.
6-7 is admitted.
Scott, can you zoom in a bit?
Look at how big. Look how ginormous this is. This is the property that I think she was planning on fixing up and then maybe she was going to live in the guest house with her paramour, and they were going to rent it out and make lots of money and retire with children together or something. It's huge.
Scott, can I get
Huge. Do I have a picture of the Midway Mansion yet? I don't think I do. There you go, picture.
6-8, please? Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the real estate purchase contract, commonly known as a REPSI, that Kouri Richins Realty submitted as her offer to buy the property in December of 2021.
The state moves to admit 6-8.
No objection.
6-8 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that first kind of top section. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this tells us in the far upper corner, this is Sierra, and that's the Bates stamp that identifies that this came from Sierra West Capital, Matt Strong being the primary lender. It gives, and then if you go first line kind of over on the left, 2/23/2021 is the date. Kouri Richins Realty is the buyer. Douglas Roy Lance is the seller. And then a couple lines down on the right says the earnest money deposit of $50,000. And then as you go down, it gives the street address is 106 North Legacy. That's why I call it Legacy Way. It's in Midway. That's why people call it the Midway Mansion. And then the parcel number, et cetera.
Then it says C addendum. We'll get to that one in a minute. But Scott, if you can scroll down. What information does the purchase price paragraph provide?
So it tells us what the agreed purchase, well, the offered purchase price is $2.9 million for this property. And then the accounting on the left shows that there's a $50,000 deposit. And then the balance will be paid.
Was this before or after his death? This was before. The property closed, though, the day after his death.
Paid at settlement, and then the purchase price there. And then I know that this is accepted because it's got initials on both and the dates on both, the buyer and seller.
Scott, can you just scroll down all the way through the next page? Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Let's stop there. Thank you. Let's zoom in on the contract deadlines through the signature. Yep. Thank you. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this gives a chronology of different steps that need to be taken. It's very typical in every transaction, most transactions. Sellers have a duty to disclose any of the warts and problems with the house. Those are due by January 7th of 22. Due diligence means that's the opportunity for the seller, or excuse me, that's an opportunity for the potential buyer to do any homework, anything that they need to do as far as due diligence before they sign. That's due February 4th. Financing and appraisals, that's also for the buyer to arrange financing, funding, do any appraisals that they want to do, and they have until January 7th to do that. And the settlement deadline, that means this deal has to close by March 4th of 2022.
Does that March 4th date hold any significance in this case?
Yes, it does.
What's that?
That's the day that this property deal closed and Kouri Richins purchased this house.
Did she purchase it on March 4th or March 5th?
I'm sorry, March 5th. March 4th is the date that Eric Richins died.
Thank you. Let's discuss the warts and problems, please. Scott, if we can go down to the, just keep it up, zoomed out, right there. Is that the addendum that was referred to earlier?
Yes, it is. Addendum 1.
Okay, I'm going to walk up and present you with a printed copy of 6-8.
Ooh, do we need to go through all of this?
And this is the addendum, am I right, that discloses all the warts and problems?
Yes.
I've circled a few of the paragraphs.
I don't know, properly like that, it just seems like a headache. Just big, okay? I would have like a haunted sleepover murder mansion mystery thing. That'd be kind of fun, but the maintenance on that seems really scary. It's just ginormous. I don't know, you would just get lost in it. I wouldn't be able to find my dogs.
On that disclosure, that addendum. Can you please read those paragraphs aloud to the jury?
Okay. Bear with me.
We're going to speed through this.
This is paragraph 2. Buyer is to acknowledge and affirm and agrees that these parcels, parcel 1, parcel 2, are sold as is. Buyer acknowledges, affirms, and agrees that both building structures have extensive vandalism, theft, as well as flooring and other structural concerns that may need or will require replacement or repair. Due to delays in construction and the permitting/approval process, the structures have been idle, exposed to the elements, and are not habitable, and are also suitable in many ways for continued construction.
She bought this for $2.9 million. Fudge, man, like, jeez. And she had no money. What are you thinking?
Damage has occurred because of the idle status of the projects. Buyer affirms buyer's intent in moving forward with the building project or abandon the project altogether based on buyer's own investigation of said structures in their state of idleness, disrepair, unfinished, and uninhabitable quality. Additionally, animals may have taken up residence in the ventilation systems for which there may be additional damage. Buyer acknowledges and affirms that buyer accepts the property in its unfinished, disassembled, unrepaired, damaged state and agrees to confirm through buyer's own due diligence which repairs and remediation efforts are necessary. Buyer acknowledges and affirms buyer's own actual or potential costs of repair, remediation, demolition, remodel, restart, reconstruction, and or completion in moving forward with the building projects. Buyer agrees to purchase and accept the parcels, buildings, structures, and all aspects of the purchase of said parcels on an as-is basis and waives and releases any and all claims against seller or any deficiency, unexpected outcome, or unknown condition, cost, delay, failure, or liability. Paragraph 3. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that sale of said property is sold without all or necessary or desired permits, certificates, or allowances to build or complete the building process from Wasatch County or other governmental agencies. And buyer is buyer is to be solely responsible for obtaining any required building permits from Wasatch County or any other necessary government entity. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that seller's building process was halted by the governmental permitting or allowance process, and as such, buyer intends to purchase these parcels as is, with full understanding that buyer may also face challenges and costs in obtaining necessary or desired permitting allowances to build, rebuild, or complete the building and occupancy process. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the structures do not have certificates of occupancy, necessary approvals through all required inspections, and other indicators of structural habitability. Paragraph 4. Buyer acknowledges that seller has been
We're just speeding through this if you guys don't mind.
working with the Army Corps of Engineers over a lengthy period of time, and that this entity is currently requiring additional wetlands evaluation of various materials, including water, environmental, etc. The Army Corps of Engineers may require other tests, requirements, and certifications, etc., that are to be completed to their satisfaction. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps is an independent government entity separate of Wasatch County, and that the Army Corps may require its own permitting, which Wasatch County may also require in order to obtain building permits. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers does not monitor or collaborate with Wasatch County in any way. Wasatch County may or may not issue building permits independent of the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer, not seller, is responsible for moving forward with the Army Corps of Engineers and all other governmental organizations that may have oversight or control of the parcels and building projects and occupancy certification processes. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the process of moving forward could take considerable time, present costs, delays, hardships, and burdens to buyer. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer does not require any contribution from or assistance of seller with regard to obtaining all necessary permits, certificates, allowances, or approvals to restart the building process or complete said process and obtain all necessary inspections.
Watch it at 0.5 speed. Do you want me to rip out all my hairs? Because I'm going to go bald if I'm going to do that.
Approval certificates, permits, or
I'm going to be the egghead.
allowances. Paragraph 5. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the parcels have sewer rights, but that the sewer is not yet hooked up, is below grade, and will have to be pumped. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and
So they are essentially just reading to the jury that this house has a lot of work that is needed.
affirms all necessary steps to obtain sewer function is the responsibility of the buyer and may be required to be on site on the subject parcels. Paragraph 6. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that additional or dedicated open space, i.e. wetlands, or other required remediation or mitigation may or will be required by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that to achieve mitigation or remediation, additional properties may be required for such. Thus, a potential off-site property may be obtained by the buyer. And if not on an additional off-site property, then remediation or mitigation may or will be on-site the subject parcels. There is a mitigation process that will need to be coordinated with the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that there may or will be costs related to preparing lands to offset any disturbed wetlands. An outside consultant with BioWest has collected data and submitted data and recommendations to the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers still need to make its final decisions and will determine a mitigation plan with permits in cooperation with buyer. Paragraph 12. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers may or will require further evaluation and study of wetlands underneath mounds of fill soil on the parcels. So seller will provide access to buyer's consultants or any other third parties related to studying groundwater or soils for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Carrington, in your experience reviewing REPSIs, have you ever reviewed a REPSI like that?
No.
Scott, can you please bring up 6-9? I will retrieve the exhibit. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Carrington, do you recognize exhibit 6-9?
I do.
What is it?
This is the settlement statement for the Legacy Way Midway Mansion property, where Kouri Richins Realty is the buyer and Douglas Roylance is the seller. And this is the final version of the sale.
State moves to admit 6-9.
No objection.
6-9 is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this present? And if it's easier to step down, please do it. I don't know what's easiest.
It might be since I don't have a.
All right, what is this?
Okay, this is not actually as complicated as it appears. So this is the property address here, the buyer, the seller, and the lender is Sierra West Capital. So that's the Sierra West Matt Strong stuff. So then over here shows the settlement date and the disbursement date as March 4th of 22. And then this is the internal.
You want me to go bold? That's mean. Did anyone watch Housemaid? I think it's called Housemaid with Sweeney, not Sweeney Todd. What's her name again? Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried. You guys watched that? It was a thriller that came out recently. I fucking loved it. Oh, also, the guy from who was in the drama with like the Blake Lively stuff, the co-star. Oh, Brandon Sklenar is also in it too. Oh my God, there's just one scene where he makes the wife like rip off her hairs, and it has to be like 100 pieces of hairs with the root attached to it, and it has to be visible. And then she like missed it by one hair, so she had to do it all over again.
File number at the title company. This shows the sale price. This is the buyer's version. There is a seller's version, but this is the buyer's version.
I really liked it.
This is the sale price of the property at $2.9 million. And then here shows 2 of the 4 loans on this property. So here's the original loan from Sierra West to this $2,624,850. There's another lender from the Burns, and that loan is $420,000. These are some prorations. This section here, are you all right if I keep going?
Please, what's that section there?
This section, these are the fees associated with these loans. So the first position lender is Sierra West Capital, this $2.6 million loan. They charged $124,850 at the outset just for the loan. And then on
What? Look at the loan fees. She could not afford this. The loan fee, $124K. And keep in mind, when you rehab a house, it's not fucking instant, okay? It takes time. You got to get the contractors. You got to get plumbers, electricians. You got to get landscaping people. You got to make sure the foundation is good. You got to clean everything out. And supplies. Like, this was going to take some time for her to rehab this house. How long was she planning on owing all these people money with all the interest that's accruing? Oh my goodness.
on top of that, it accrues interest going forward. It's a 6-month balloon. So this being March 4th
A 6 months balloon. Oh, fun.
of 22, she has to pay that off by September 4th of 2022. The next two, the $150 and the $20,000 relate to this.
So the 124K is a 6 month balloon. Okay. She would have to pay that in 6 months. With what money, ma'am? The house would have been done by then. She wouldn't be able to sell the house and present it and stage it and all that stuff. Oh my fucking God. And it's a huge fucking house. Holy. Man, a part of me wish. Actually, when did she stop working on this project? Because a part of me wants to know what else happened to this house? Did she let it sit for a little bit? Or did she continue trying to rehab it, you know, even after the toxicologist found that Eric had fentanyl poisoning?
Loan, the $420,000 by the Burns. And then, Scott, could you please scroll down?
Maybe she was, yeah, I mean, maybe she purchased it because she's like, well, I'm going to have a lot of money coming in because of Eric. Because of Eric's death. Oh, I mean, that's what the state is pitching.
Thank you. That's great. So then here, these are the title insurance costs that are paid to GT Title Services, who's the title company in this transaction. So these are the different costs associated with that. So the first one, the lender's coverage premium, that's for the first position, the Sierra West one. Second position is the Burns, the $420,000 one. The third position loan is going to be this. For some reason, this is down here. I don't know why. But this third position lender funds is $150,000. That's an aggregation of a bunch of people who got together and they pooled their resources to loan $150,000 on this deal. And here is the buyer's portion of the real estate commissions, the 2% at $58,000. The other side paid $1,000 per their agreement, and then some recording fees.
Oh, seller's broker 2%. It's on 2.5%.
On top of this, there's one more loan from David Cocker Hands that came in before this. He gave her the money for the earnest money. So
David Cock who now? Where? I don't even see that. Where's that at?
Not strong. So they both gave her the $50,000 for the earnest money, but later the fourth position lender of $67,000 recorded his deed. I don't understand why it's not incorporated here, but it's not, but it is still attached and recorded on the property. So this tells us that all in all, there needs to be.
I wonder how much she made from book sales. Do you think she made more than Becky Hill? Who made more from book sales, Kouri Richins or Becky Hill?
$3,201,230 that the buyer needs to come up with. And as I said, there's also that other $67,000. So she borrowed $3,259,000 against this property to buy it for $2.9 million. And then there was a little overage. And so this $87,240 came back to her. And we can see that go back to her bank account, and that hits her bank account.
She borrowed $3.2 million to buy this $2.9 million house. Fudge me. And then some money went back to her. What was it again?
And so this 87 to buy it for $2.9 million. And then there was a little overage. And so this $87,240 came back to her. And we can see that go back to her bank account, and that hits.
Okay. All right. So there's a little bit back to her. She got, I'm pretty sure she didn't use that $87,000 to pay back the loans. I don't know.
Her bank account.
Not this loan, maybe a different loan, you know? Wow. Sugoi. Wow.
So does this show that she borrowed $3.2 million from other people to close on a $2.9 million house, and at closing she walked away with $80,000?
$87,000, yes.
On the day that the Midway Mansion closed, how much was it worth?
$2.9 million, because that's what she paid for. That was the agreed price on that. For
Okay, I think there's a reason why the state asked that, because the defense, I feel like they said something really, really stupid in pretrial. They were like, well, she bought this $2.9 million home, but because she had it for some time, the value of it actually went up. I feel like I remember them saying that in pretrial, and I was like, excuse me, what? It just goes up just because she had it in her possession for some time? Okay. Let's see what the defense says, because I could have maybe misunderstood that, but I felt like it was somewhere along the lines of what you said earlier, and I was like, I don't know about that. All right.
On the day that the Midway Mansion closed, how much was it worth?
$2.9 million, because that's what she paid for. That was the agreed price on that for that transaction.
Is it worth? Is the real estate market like other markets in that the value of something, whether it's gold, oil, real estate, the true value on any given day is what a willing buyer and willing seller agree to?
Yes, and so in addition to the fact that that's what the market dictates, the IRS rules also say that a transaction is valued between a willing seller and a willing buyer, and industries function like that all the time. Business valuation, a forensic accountant who conducts a business valuation of a business will use that same concept.
Did you use that same concept in valuing all the properties involved in this case?
I did, because that's what she paid for them.
And I think that's to address what the defense is going to say later on. I don't know if they said it was worth $5 million. I think they're trying to say that Kouri was actually fine, because if you take all the houses that she had as her assets, she actually had millions or something like that. It's like, well, you can't really count that as your asset, because the liability that you have on it is overwhelming.
Scott, can we get 5-114, please?
Sure.
Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
I do.
What is it?
It is a loan agreement reflecting that large loan between Sierra West Capital and Kouri Richins Realty. And this was a response from the title company, Griffith & Turner Title, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-114 into evidence.
5-114, please. 5-114, please report to the front desk.
And just, Scott, yeah, perfect. So this is,
What is this? Loan agreement. All right, so this is one of the loans that was used to pay for the Midway Mansion.
am I right, is this the loan agreement between Kouri Richins Realty and Sierra West for the Midway Mansion?
It is.
And Sierra West was the biggest lender at $2.6 million.
That's right, yes.
Scott, could you just scroll down on page 1?
Poor Sierra West, man. How much money does Kouri owe them?
Scott, could you go to page 12, please?
Yeesh.
Is this part of what is, are we looking at what is known generally as a closing packet?
Yes, that would be consistent, yes.
These are the closing documents on the Midway Mansion, at least this, the closing documents for the largest fund are on the Midway Mansion.
That's right, yes.
And is this the signature page?
Yes, it is.
And is that signature notarized on the 5th of March?
Yes, that's correct.
Scott, can you go to page 21, please?
The Midway
Is this
Mansion is still
another different
abandoned.
signature page?
Yes, this one is basically acknowledging that the company that's buying this authorizes Kouri D. Richins to act on its behalf.
Scott, can you go to 27, please? Is this yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
Can you go to 32, Scott? I'm sorry, yeah, just go to 32. 32. Is that yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
And 33, Scott? Ms. Carrington, is that yet another notarized signature page in the closing documents?
It is.
Thanks, Scott.
The lenders need to investigate
Ms. Carrington, based on your analysis, did Ms. Richins
who will bail these bad loans out. I mean, hopefully they did their due diligence with the other people they're borrowing money to.
have the ability to service the $3.2 million in debt when it came due in 6 months from closing?
Just a heads up, I do have to pop out in 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
She did not.
Scott, can I get 2-14, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Matt Strong and Kouri Richins that was returned pursuant to a prosecution subpoena from Sierra West Capital and Matt Strong.
And does this email string in part discuss how much money Kouri Richins estimated would be required to finish the Midway Mansion? We can scroll through it.
Yes. This is the one where she's asking him to loan her the earnest money, the $50,000 for the project.
In part, yes.
Right.
The state moves to admit 2-14.
No objection.
Scott, can you?
Oh gosh, should we read this? All right. So is this from? I think this is from Kouri asking to loan money. Jesus. Yes, Paul Benson knows his stuff. He's selling a Park City property right now for $42 million, and he's got 5 offers in the first week. Insane. Well, what if the 5 offers are all like lowball offers? Yeah, so this property is buying at $2.9 million and then $3 million in reno. RAV. Ooh, what does that stand for again? Does anyone know? $16 million. Oh, she's hoping to sell this house for $16 million. Absolutely insane numbers. Someone is going to be making a killing on this. That's where I need your help. Thoughts, ideas. Realistically, obviously, I don't have $3 million for renovations. Coming up with the 2.9 is going to be a challenge enough. So what should I do with this? Do you think I should wholesale it at a county assessed price? Do you think I should close on it, get it dried in, windows, doors, maybe exterior, then sell it to someone to finish it? Do you want to partner on it? Do something with it? Honestly, I'm open to any and all ideas with this one. It's definitely out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Haha, help. Let's do something with it. Just not sure what. Maybe your Hebrew guy wants to buy it as is from me and have him remodeled with MCC, double close, or assign it over to him. Maybe he just wants to invest in it. Honestly, I don't know with this one. Haha, something is there. Just finding the right direction to go with it. With the 50,000, if you can make it work, awesome. If you can't, that's fine too. You do what you're comfortable doing. Numbers are tight on this one, so I thought it may be a challenge. But for real, if you can't make it work, that's totally fine. Just let me know. I attached a contract here if you want to read it through though. Guys, if you guys just be careful, okay? Scammers out there will sound likable. Scammers out there will be like, oh, don't worry if you can't, oh, I have all these thoughts. Just watch out, okay? These motherfucking scammers, they know how to get people, all right? Watch out. Did I take a picture of this? I did, right? Yes.
To 3. Ms. Carrington, based on your financial analysis, did Kouri Richins either have or have access to $3 million to renovate the Midway Mansion?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just admitted.
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. If you'd say it again.
Ms. Carrington, based upon your financial analysis, Did Ms. Richins have or have access to $3 million for renovations of the Midway Mansion?
Not that I,
Hold on. What was your objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's misstating what's in front of him as far as the
His
evidence.
question does not relate to this. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Overruled. Go ahead.
not that I'm aware of.
I guess they're trying to say, like, well, based on this email, she could have had access to the money to, do this place because she was asking for it. So they could have helped her out, I guess.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, did you investigate or try to trace any money flowing to the Midway Mansion project once Kouri Richins closed on it?
I did look, yes.
Did you find any money flowing to that project?
Nope.
I did not find any money flowing to that project. There's one that is a maybe,
Okay.
but no, nothing significant.
What's the maybe?
It's in the neighborhood of about $3,000, I think. It's in that, the reason it's a maybe, is that your question? The reason it's a maybe is it's during that time frame, and it's to an entity that, and I'm sorry, I really can't remember which entity, but there's one that I thought might relate to this project, looking for, what she usually does when she acquires a project, she moves forward. And so I'm thinking she probably does the same thing here. There's one that I recall fits that category, but it's minimal.
So at most, she, as best you can tell, invested maybe $3,000 into the Midway Mansion.
That's correct.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins tried to sell the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
When?
She did try to sell it? Wait, when? What did she list it for? I'm so interested.
She listed the property on March 12th of 2000.
March 12th? I have so many questions. Did she buy this property? Was it on like a private market that no one had access to or something? Is that why? She listed for March 12th? Like that year or the year, the year after? Okay.
When?
Corgi.
She listed the property on March 12th of 2022, so the week following her acquisition of it.
That's also a week and a day following Eric Richins' death, right?
That's true.
Did Kouri Richins ever sell the property?
She did not.
What ultimately happened to the property?
What is she listed for? Wait, hold on. I could probably find the address, right? Hold on. Midway Mansion, Kouri Richins. Oh, 106 North Legacy Way. Okay, 106 North Legacy Way, Utah. Okay, give me a second.
After 12 offers that were made and canceled for one reason or another, actually, let me restate that, please. After, I believe there are 7 or 8 that were offered before her note was due. And then after that, she continued to try to sell it unsuccessfully. And at some point, the lender, Matt Strong, foreclosed or recorded a notion. He recorded a document, notice of default and election to sell. So basically started the foreclosure process.
And did the 12 failed contracts all fail during the diligence period?
Yes, they did.
The 12 contracts failed during diligence period. So is that like probably like all the contingencies? Like, okay, we're going to do inspection and the inspection comes as shit, then we're canceling on this. See, having offers is great, but it doesn't really mean much sometimes because one, they could be lowball offers. And then two, depending on the condition of your house and inspections, there's like other stuff that you can set up contingencies for. It could just fall through. Oh boy.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of assets did Kouri Richins have?
Categories of assets that Kouri Richins had. She owned several properties. So that's one class of assets. She had financial accounts, and those were at various balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Including the new property, it was about 6.3 or 6.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back.
Immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Including the new property, it was about 6.3 or 6.4 million.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of liabilities did Kouri Richins have?
So liabilities are things that she owes. So she had a loan on the properties, each of the properties that she owned, and each of those was more than the property was worth.
Yikes. She had a loan on all the properties owned. The loans were worth more than what the properties were worth. Oh gosh, I have to pop out in 5 minutes, but I don't want to. This is getting so good.
Also had all those payday loans that we've talked about.
Payday
and
loans?
she also had different lines of credit that were by and large all maxed out. Not just the HELOC, but also she had some personal lines of credit associated with her checking accounts. Those were all maxed out. And she also had credit cards that had high balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the amount of Kouri Richins'
Liabilities.
Right
Yep.
about $8 million.
Oh my God. $8 million. I mean, the defense tried to say, they're like, oh, well, she has 6 million in assets. 6 million assets. It's like, yeah, but look at her liabilities, though. Yikes. Liabilities, $8 million.
Netting that out, on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansions, what was Kouri Richins' net worth?
She was in the hole. She was negative 1.6 million.
As a forensic accountant, have you formed an opinion as to Kouri Richins' financial position on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
As of the date that Eric Richins died, Kouri Richins was in financial distress, and her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, but for a significant infusion of cash and capital, would have continued to collapse. It was imploding. Her debts and liabilities far outweighed her assets, and even if she had sold everything she had, it would not have been enough to get back to zero.
Let's turn briefly to Eric Richins' estate. Did you analyze the value of Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
What material did you study in this analysis?
The insurance policies, the life insurance policies, including there's a life insurance two life insurance policies that Eric and his business partner had on each other. So there's the company, the documents that relate to that, the bank accounts, the documents related to the house where the family lived, and his bank account statements.
Are the bank accounts de minimis in relation to Eric's interest in C&E, his life insurance, and his home?
Pretty much, yes.
Let's set those aside then.
Right.
How is Eric Richins' interest in C&E, or how was Eric Richins' interest in C&E determined upon his death?
It's based on the value of those life insurance policies, so it's basically $2 million.
It's exactly $2 million, wasn't it?
It's exactly $2 million, yes.
Life insurance policy, $2 million? $2 million?
It's based on the value of those life insurance policies, so it's basically $2 million.
It's exactly $2 million, wasn't it?
It's exactly $2 million, yes.
Scott, can I get 7-28 Delta?
All right. Kouri was negative 1.6 million, possibly. And then Eric's life insurance policies totaled to 2 million. 2 million.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The insurance policies of each of these insurance policies, the applications for a couple of them, the claim information, and also the payout of these policies.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-28D.
Objection.
7-28D is admitted.
All right. What's this?
Ma'am, what again is this?
This is just a simple list of the different life insurance policies. I have not included the buy-sell agreement policies, the $2 million that benefited Eric's business partner, but these are the others.
Scott, if you could please highlight the claim paid, the policy amount column.
Thanks, Scott. Love
Does
you,
this
pal.
show that Eric Richins had $2.2 essentially $1 million in insurance upon his life?
Yes.
Scott, can you go to the claim amount paid? What information, ma'am, does this column present?
So for each of these policies, there was a specific amount paid. Like the top one is related to the house, and so it paid 70% of the existing mortgage, not the second, but the first. The things that I've highlighted in green are the 3 policies that were paid directly to Kouri Richins. The others were paid, the $500,000 was paid to the Eric Richins Trust.
We'll come back. So, well, summing up the amounts of insurance paid to Kouri Richins, was that $1.36 million?
That's correct.
Thank you, Scott.
1.36 million?
Summing up,
To the Eric Richins Trust.
we'll come back.
Okay, they'll come
So,
back.
well, summing up the amounts of insurance paid to Kouri Richins, was that $1.36 million?
That's correct.
Thank you, Scott.
So she actually got some of the life insurance money? Oh, I didn't know that.
We spoke earlier about Eric Richins' premarital home.
What did she
Yes.
do with it?
What was the approximate value of that home?
Oh, pre-marital home, not marital home, pre-marital home.
I think it was about $1 million, give or take.
And it was encumbered by the $250,000 HELOC that Kouri Richins signed for.
That's correct.
And was there an outstanding mortgage that was 70% satisfied by life insurance?
That's right.
We talked about the $1.3 million in life insurance proceeds that Kouri Richins received upon Eric Richins' death.
Oh, she got the money. Okay. I didn't know that.
Did you trace how she used those proceeds?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 7-31D?
Oh, gosh. How did she spend the money?
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I looked at Kouri Richins' America First Credit Union accounts and also Kouri Richins' UCCU account where she deposited the $1 million. And I guess that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-31D.
You could have used Skillshare to learn how to business.
7-31D is admitted.
What, ma'am, does this present?
So on another schedule, I've listed every single transaction that I traced back to the 3 deposits of insurance proceeds. And so the first line of this shows on June 16th, 2022, she got a little over $1 million from the auto owner's life insurance policy. And what I sought to show is before the money came in or as the money came in, how much was in her accounts. So she had $543,000. I'm sorry, let me back up. She got the $1 million in. And then the next one down on June 25th, the $251,000 that comes in. When that comes in, what was the balance in her account before the second policy was paid?
Oh man, this is getting so good. Okay, I unfortunately have to I have to pop out. I'm trying to think. I will be back, but do I just, because I'm gonna be gone for like 45 minutes. So it'll be I mean, I could continue and try to catch up. I don't know. Trying to think. Should I just end the stream and then I'll just catch up on my own without you guys? Maybe we'll do that. That way you guys don't have to wait 45 minutes. I don't know. Yeah. I feel like it's just getting so good right now. So, oh, sorry guys. I have to pop out. But I will be back in 45 minutes. But I think I'll probably just better just end the stream, I think, right? Yeah, I think I'll do is I'll end the stream and then I will just do a recap in the beginning of next stream. Yeah, but we're going to get into cross-examination. I don't know. Let's see. If I start the stream up again, I'll come back. Okay, we'll do a whole new stream, but I am going to end it here. That way we're just not like chilling in limbo. But guys, thank you so much for watching this with me. It's getting so good right now. We are going to find out what Kouri Richins used that money for. Where did it go? She got like 1 million. Yeah, we're live right now. We're live. So I think, yeah, I'll just be back. But I feel like they're going to do an afternoon break, right? Don't they take like 50 minutes for an afternoon break? Because I'm like, should I just leave the stream up and come back up? Ah, Jesus. And then just restart a new one? I feel like they'll do an afternoon break when cross-examination happens. Or you think they're going to power all the way through? Yeah. You know what? I'll just start a new stream. If I come back, I'll start a new stream. I'll have the notification go out in Discord, all right? Yeah, I think we'll do that. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And I will see you guys soon if I come back. Other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow morning. But I would definitely be watching this either with you guys or I'll just catch up on my own. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for being here on Twitch, on YouTube. And yeah, guys, I hope you guys have a good one. There was a lot of note taking in this stream. Whew. Very, very hefty. Alrighty, y'all. I will see you guys.